各位贵宾，大家午安，欢迎莅临2022农业绿能论坛。本场论坛以线上直播举办，特邀行政院农业委员会陈天寿副主委担任致辞贵宾为大家开场。
台湾水资源与农业研究院陈副院长、爱尔兰 Americo Eva Fenders 处长、德国 Sun Farming Edith Brasher 主任、美国国家适用技术中心 Stice Peterson 主任、国立台湾海洋大学陆正刚教授，以及关心国际农业绿能发展的贵宾，大家好，大家午安。欢迎参加2022农业绿能论坛。近年来，我们国际上的气候变迁议题备受关注，许多国家宣示2050年达到净零碳排的目标，为此推动国家能源转型，希望发展绿色能源以减少石化燃料使用，改变国家能源的结构，解决气候暖化、海平面上升、粮食产量受创、生态遭受破坏的问题。行政院农业委员会也努力推动农业绿能政策，希望可以降低二氧化碳的排放，舒缓对进口能源的依赖，并维持环境永续发展。我国希望在2025年能够扩大再生能源占总发电量比例的20%，那么其中太阳光电累计设置的容量要达到20吉瓦，农委会肩负这20吉瓦当中的9吉瓦光电的装置容量目标，目前已达成2.2吉瓦。配合国家能源转型，农业委员会力求在不影响农民的权益及农业发展的前提，陆续修正多项的相关法规，其在不影响我国农业经营下规范绿能设施以设置。那么农业发展的妥善的跟一起的结合，农业结合绿能在国际上是一个创新的一个趋势。世界各国在推动过程中，面对政策、科技与社会等面向的挑战，许多国家推动成立农民绿能产业、地方社区及专家学者等利害关系人意见的共识整合交流平台，分享有益于政策推动的科普知识与实务的现况，进而逐步推演出各方皆认同的农业绿能的场域经营模式。尤其我们农民、渔民的权益是农业部门所要掌握的政策推动要素。因应趋势，本次论坛邀请国内外专家学者，就国际农业绿能推动的管理方针、实务经验以及遭遇现况等内容进行专题演讲，同时邀请政府相关推动单位及学研机构共同参与，就农业与绿能的未来愿景与挑战进行的研讨。今天的论坛感谢台农院同仁精心的筹划，跨越时空的藩篱，应用数位科技搭建这个线上论坛，让产官学各界一起参与。相信今天参与2022农业绿能论坛的各位来宾，可以收获满满。预祝大会圆满顺利，也祝大家平安顺心，万事如意。谢谢。
各位贵宾午安。我们第一节的这个 speaker 是来自爱尔兰 Americo Group 的Eva Fenders 处长。那 Eva Fenders 处长他也是欧洲太阳能协会太阳光电专案工作坊的负责人。他有一本著作叫 AgriSolar。那这里面有涉及到很多在太阳能光电在设置的时候的一些考量。那大家知道台湾这几年来积极在推动太阳能，实际上我们在推动的过程中也遭遇到非常多的这些问题，所以我们今天非常高兴可以邀请到 Eva Fenders 处长来跟我们分享 然后在欧洲的太阳能推动的过程当中，如何在跟当地的居民、跟当地的生态，在一开始从设计到规划到整合的过程所遇到的问题，以及如何来解决，让太阳光电可以跟当地的这些环境，甚至我们的尤其像台湾在农业上跟居民可以互相的结合，而且不影响到当地产业的发展。那我相信FFNDES 处长等一下会有很深入的这些分析，以及把他的经验分享给大家。接下来我们就把时间交给 FFNDES 处长。
Thank you very much, first of all, for this invitation. I'm very glad to contribute to this Agri-Solar conference and to share with you this knowledge we accumulated through a couple of years, 10 years of experimentation on the ground, and 3rd years as a chairwoman of this Agri-Solar workstream at Solar Power Europe. Your introduction was very good, so I will go straight on the topic with just a first statement on the current situation. You are all aware about the global warming and global change, and the emergency of the situation underlined by the IPCC report. So I won't develop on that, but just focus on the main issues we are trying to tackle and bring solution with Agri-Solar system. So first of this is the carbon emissions. Of course, Agri-Solar systems are producing solar energy, which is a decarbonate energy. That's the first step. But we also focus on degradation of carbon sinks. Indeed, we assist now to a huge biodiversity loss, and we also know now better the role of the soils into the global warming, and we know that to restore the soils and to preserve the carbon sinks will contribute massively to tackle this global warming. And of course, also we include the hydric imbalance. So Amarenco, the company I'm working with, is a solar IPP, independent solar producer, but we are very unique in the sense that we want to incarnate a model of a new business, reconciling economy and ecology. We are innovating every day new business model to prove that you can be profitable, but at the same time, preserve the planet. So we like to say that we are producing electricity, but with a positive societal impact through a very ambitious ESG and biodiversity program. And we call the electrons we produce the regenerative electrons. I will explain further. Producing regenerative electrons for us means having a double investment. A first massive investment in producing solar energy, so in installing solar infrastructure that will reduce the carbon emission. Plus, we had on top of that an investment on nature-based solution that will help in restoring soil's ability to sequester and store the carbon into that soil. As a global IPP implemented in Europe, in Middle East, and in Asia, we are a real expert in the installation of solar park. We also have an expertise now on storage facility to tackle the flexibility capacities attached to our solar park. And have this unique expertise on agriculture, even if we are also working with real estate and industrial. We used to approach a project in a partnership way. So we strongly collaborate with our partner, which is or industrial or or farmer, to design the best project together, cumulating two activity, the activity of the partner and the production of electricity. We are plus 200 employees now, and we had on top of that all the ecosystem of partners of Amarenco. We are about developing and installing 500 megawatt to 1 gigawatt a year, with an investment of 500 millions to 1 billion euros per year. We already installed more than 2,000 solar facility, and more than 500 of those facilities are for agricultural sector. We are currently, we have a pipeline of 10 gigawatts, and we win recently, 2 years ago in France, a flexible capacity, a storage capacity, the largest one in Europe, 100 megawatts, which is under development right now. So coming back to our topic, I will give more details about this eco program or investment in nature-based solution on regeneration of ecosystem. We are part of the 4 per 1,000 initiative network. It was an initiative launched at the COP in Paris with the Paris Agreement by our former Minister of Agriculture. This initiative, at the core of this initiative, a technical committee working with UN agencies and different science institutes all over the globe to bring more knowledge, more data on the capacity of soils to secrete the carbon. And this is also a network platform with civil society, NGO and industrial. So Amarenco is part of this to share best practices and also solutions, because as when you are working on biodiversity, agroecology, regeneration, you have to be very specific and to find the perfect solution for the perfect program project locally. So this is a topic which is increasing very, very fast right now. European institution launched a biodiversity strategy and a strategy for soils. We now have a public consultancy on the next EU health soil law. So Amarenco is also investing a lot of energy and developing internally new business model, integrating an investment in biodiversity. So if we come back to our topic of agriculture, those investments in solar energy and biodiversity will apply to agriculture, and we want, with this knowledge and best practices, to support the agriculture transition. We have now to tackle the global warming issue. We have to support this transition in the agricultural area. We know that we can't continue with a unique model of an intensive agricultural model based on chemical. We have to diversify. We have to find new solutions and to diversify this activity. And you have more and more scientists, but also companies and experts that are developing a new kind of agriculture we call agroecology. So when we work on our agri-solar system, we started with the European Green Deal. So we straight away gave this direction to push the opportunity of the electrification of the agricultural sector by decarbonating the energy in the agricultural sector, and at the same time allow the agricultural sector to benefit from the sale of the electricity and the share of the revenue of the electricity to invest in a new way to produce. And to support also the training of the farmer. This is a new kind of model we are proposing right now. So this is an economic topic. This is ecology, environmental topic, a social topic, and of course also an engineering topic and technical topic. So on the screen right now, it's let's say the last model, the best model we want to propose. We tested a lot of different solutions, but this is the last design we made. This is a greenhouses with different type of different level of transparency on the roof. And the agricultural project combined with these greenhouses is agroforestry. We know that agroforestry is really the best to sequester the carbon and to increase biodiversity into the farm. So we work with this farmer developing this project, and the different level of transparency on the top is following the different variety of trees and crops by offering the light or the shade those different crops need. So this is a new concept we call agro-PV forestry. So as I said, Amarenco chair this agri-solar work stream. So you have on this slide the different participants. There are more of that, but mostly industrial IPPs, but also national association of the different member states participate and contribute to that work. So first, we started with a framework, and by giving this name agri-solar to this new sector, combining production of solar energy and production of agriculture on the same land. And we explored all the opportunities and possibilities by combining both sectors, by bringing solar electricity into the rural area, and different kind of business case come from that combination. We kept the work agri-PV and agrivoltaics for the engineering of this light distribution, the solar sharing between the plants and the cell of the solar panel. The idea of solar sharing is born in Japan in the beginning of the 2000s. Because Japan is an island and you had a competition, and we still have a competition everywhere on land. And the scientists came with this idea to put the solar panel on top of the culture, so you can, on the same land, produce at the same time crops and electricity. So I guess Taiwan, which is an island, can really be interesting in that also. But of course, there is also a competition for light. But finally, so we have to be very careful and to develop an expertise in this light distribution. You have more and more scientific papers now on this topic. Each year it's increasing a lot. And one of the first paper showed the opportunity of sharing that light is the reduction of the hydric stress of the plant. It means what the scientific discovered, the plant need a certain quantity of light to grow and to produce. But if they have too much light, then there is a evapotranspiration phenomena and they are under hydric stress. So bringing some shade on top of that plants allow to tackle this issue and reduce the consumption of water about 30% according to some papers. And at the same time, you take this too much light to produce electricity. So the idea of this new engineering is to really generate a win-win solution. So we published last year in 2021 these best practices guidelines for agri-solar to give a direction of this new sector, because until so far it was only different type of experiments in different regions of the globe. So we started from a state of heart of these different experience and some scientific paper. We put it together in this guide. And we gave first a goal and a direction to this investment and new business case, which I explained. It's energy transition and ecology transition for agriculture. And we also came with an approach and best practices. So what is very important when you want to start with the agri-solar project is a preparatory phase. You can't approach agrivoltaic project like any solar park project. It's very, very important to start with the farming project first, the agricultural project, to know your crops. And from that, you select your crops, and also to have an analysis about the need regarding the territory, regarding the economy of this sector locally, regarding the environmental, the quality of the soils, regarding climate issue, if you have droughts, if you have hail, if you have any kind of disturbance that can destroy the crops. It's mostly protect the crops is one of the best benefit of this kind of systems. So it's important to very well know your agricultural project. Then you will address the system. And it was important why we designed best practices. It's important to have the good approach, but it's also important to stay flexible in the different type of system you will select, because the agricultural sector is very local. And as we want to transit to agroecology and to diversify the agricultural sector, you will have to have a specific interest in each project regarding the territory, regarding the climate, and regarding economical concern, because one of the most important concern about the agricultural sector now is being attractive for new generation and to be sustainable and profitable. And then we also integrate a very high level of attention on environmental impact and social impact, as I already mentioned. So for that, in the guide, we are suggesting a must, should, and could criteria, 3-star systems. So the must criteria is the minimum of the minimum of conception you should have in order to be an agrivoltaic project. And then if you increase the quality of we give some insight how to increase the quality of the project, and the 3 stars, the good criteria is for the project want to be even more benefited for having positive impact on environmental and social. So as I said, it's very important to have a right approach. To apply those best practices, you can find them into the guide, which is available freely on internet, on the Solar Power Europe website, and to keep flexibility on the design of the agrivoltaic system. So how we approach this, we always start with a demonstrator, with a proof of concept for the farm of the crop in a certain territory facing a specific climate. Then we collect some data, agronomic data, temperature of the system, production of the electricity. We follow the system. It provides you with feedbacks, and of course you can adjust your system and deploy the best system. This is, you will find in the guide to see the flexibility and the different type of system that are already existing. We will start soon also with the version 2 of the guide, because thanks to through this sharing of knowledge, the sector already improved a lot. And R&D also project provide solutions, new solutions for the sector. But if we keep 4 big categories, let's say, we have the solar building, so integration of photovoltaic panel on the roof of farming building. You have solar, ground-mounted solar, but even a ground-mounted solar with livestock, it's working well. We have good example for that, but you will adjust the rank, you will adjust the height a little bit in order to preserve the well-being of the animal. You have the greenhouses, of course, and some new type of shelters to protect the crops. In terms of trends and innovation, we have the production of dynamic panel, which are moving following the needs of the crop with an algorithm. We have transparency panel also. So this is panel where you remove some cell to have more light going through to tackle this issue of light distribution. We also have an example in Italy, which is the contrary. It's a ground-mounted solar where they reintroduce agricultural production between the panel. I will finish with some example for Amarenco portfolio. Or most of all our expertise and experience coming from France, where those projects started, and we have an experience over on hangars or solar buildings where we put a rooftop, very good installation, very successful. We built thousands of hangars for hundreds of farmers. And from hangars, we moved to greenhouses. So we have a park of 400 greenhouses right now. And we have someone who follow the different type of crops. More than 60 varieties of crops have been tested. Some have been selected and other one we didn't continue. So you have this example, winter vegetables is quite working very well, salad producing very well also. One of these example, it's 21 PV greenhouses on one site of 2.1 hectare producing 2.1 megawatts. So this is really an example of win-win solution where the farmer have an income from the revenue of the electricity that he share with the solar producer. At the same time, it's securized on the he has no climate issue. He has this facilities, these greenhouses. And at the same time, we produce electricity on site. Another nice example, it's exotic fruits, which is producing banana, papaya, guava, ginger, etc. And in fact, the farmers say that thanks to the greenhouses, the winter in south of France can be cold, and thanks to those PV greenhouses, the woods are not frozen, so it can grow this type of exotic culture in south of France. We also have a nice example on strawberry. This farmer lost all his production because of hail. All the entire production was entirely destroyed. So with this agrivoltaic project and the investment that the solar IPP made into the greenhouses, it allowed him to start again his activity. And he said that after 1-2 years, 3 years, he started to have full production and full profitability, and is selling everything now locally. It's organic farming. And I will finish with the last design Amarenco is working on R&D. This is this type of design shelter adapt to vineyards and also fruit trees. We also develop this kind of facilities to protect chickens from diseases and from attacks from the skies. Thanks. France has already for decades developed a very strong regulatory framework for environmental issues. Regarding agrivoltaic in particular, we don't have the regulatory framework yet. We are working with the authorities right now to have a general global framework focusing more on agrivoltaics. Us internally at Amarenco, we are working on solution to have a less impact into the soil, and at the end, well, it's a long-term project. Normally, it's between 20 to 30, even 40 years project. But at the end, if we want to be reversible, to have less concrete, for example, into the soil for the stability of the greenhouse structure when we talk about greenhouses, but we can also develop new kind of technology for lighter structure without concrete. But it's always a balance to find between the stability of the structure, of course, because we don't want to, we want to protect the crops also. It's solar energy production on top. So yes, we are finding solution. I think we can still improve those. But by the way, just saying also that the erosion of the soils is not only an issue for installation of the structure that will support the panel, but the erosion is also mostly due to chemical treatment of the soil. So that's why the global approach of this project is really finding an ecosystem, global ecosystem better for the environment. But some statements, some standards are there, but we still need to invest, to test, and to improve solutions. Yes, again, you have different type of design possible. The greenhouses we have an experience in for many years now. It was more a repartition of the rooftop of transparent panel and photovoltaic panel. We also, I know we are more and more working with transparency panel because we have also provider supplier working on this transparency and removing the sail. And then, as I said, you need a proof of concept on each crops to observe how the crops will react, because all the varieties of crops have what we call light saturation point. And this light saturation point can be very, very different. So we focus a lot about light, but recently we are also working with scientists. We are bringing other parameter, which is the heat. The global warming is not only sun exposure and burn of the plants and burn even of the wood. It's also a question of heat, or tackle the heating. And we know that when you provide shade, you have a cooling effect. So the temperature for the plants is decreasing. And at the same time, the plants with the PV panel, the plants with the evapotranspiration will cool the planet, which will be more performance. So you have different parameter. So it's very important to have a more global approach, and our approach, we work with scientists, but our approach is to say we need to experiment first in order to collect all those data at the same time. Yeah, to observe all the plants we will react. But for sure, you need light for the plants. So at some point, you need some level of transparency, depending of, even if it's through different design. But yes, it's important. And in France, the main model today is to inject into the grid. And regarding the context, during those 2 years, when we work on the best practices guide, the context was very different, no inflation, no war. So a lot of actors were pushing for more decentralized energy model for self-consumption. And yeah, but now with the context, those models are, but yeah, people are still developing them, but let's say it's not the main model, but it's still an opportunity, and I think very interesting to explore, because also we will need to develop massively renewable if we want to decarbonate the energy sector. So I don't think we should exclude any possibility, because deploy the grid all over the territory, it's an investment and it will take time. So in some area and some territory, it could be very interesting to have more self-consumption. But what we tell to the farmer who are interested by this kind of model is first you need to find a consumption. And sometimes in rural area where you are isolated, it's not that easy to find electricity consumption, and it will really depend on the size of the farm and also the practice of the farm. But if your farm is close to an industry, or for example, for fruits, sometimes you need fridge. Fridge are consuming a lot. There, the consumption, on-site consumption, the numbers will fit, and it's very interesting. But again, it will depend on each project. What we call PPA, for purchase agreements, which is a market which is growing very, very fast, and which is very interesting also, going faster with the current context, because with this agreement, power purchase agreement, we are able to sell the electricity for an industrial or for a company at a fixed price, stable price for a period of time. It could be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, even sometimes 20 years, and the company enjoy first a stable price. And in the current situation, it's the company are really interesting about that. And on top of that, they have the insurance that the source of the energy is green, so they can also benefit from that in their ESG policy. And for example, also Amerinco, the project that we deliver, and so the electricity that we sell directly to those companies is ARI100 compatible, which is some standards of company regarding their ESG program.
各位贵宾，大家好。接下来我们这个 section 邀请到3farming 国际专案的这个主任Eddie Brush。那 Eddie Brush 在投身在这个相关产业的顾问工作已经有25年的这些经验，那尤其是他在南非啦，或是在拉丁美洲都有相关的这些案场以及辅导的经验。那3farming这家公司从2007年就一直投身在怎么样把光电跟植物，也就是说我们的作物栽培把它结合起来。我们知道农业的本质实际上最重要的任务是粮食安全。那3farming这家公司，或是说我们讲Eddie Brush 主任，他在辅导太阳能发展的过程，那如何去兼顾到粮食安全，兼顾到作物的保护，兼顾到这些相关的再生的资源，甚至当地的就业。那有很深入的一个研究跟辅导的经验。最近几年大家都在讲自然解放，那我想 Eddie Brush 主任的一个经验，就是我们接下来在推动农业以及能源转型的过程当中，如何有最佳的配置，那也可以用以自然为本的这些方式，让整个产业，我们的农业可以永续发展，那也可以兼顾到整个国家的再生能源的发展。那接下来我们就用热烈掌声来欢迎 Eddie Brush 主任。
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, dear audience and dear organizers of Taiwan's 2022 Green Energy and Solar International Forum. It's my pleasure to present our company, Sun Farming Germany, to you, as well as our agri-PV solutions. Our agri-PV solutions try to provide much more than solar energy, but we would like to contribute a lasting positive impact on society and environment in the areas where our plants are realized. There are numerous challenges the world is facing today, and in fact, Sun Farming's multidimensional food and energy, like we call them, agri-PV concepts, contribute to meet these challenges and to achieve the international objectives we all agreed upon in the world. So what are these objectives? On the one hand, of course, we would like to produce carbon-neutral green energy to save the climate. On the other hand, we would need to improve the energy security based on renewable energies. And furthermore, we would like to improve the food security and protect crops against harmful weather conditions with the climate changes we see today. We would also need to save water and to avoid desertifications in various areas in the world. And on our goal list, there's also the successful land rehabilitation, for example, in mining areas where we are also doing business. And on the other hand, we would like to help the people in the regions where we are doing business and offer them access to education and training in renewable energies and sustainable agriculture, and thus create new jobs and help to contribute to the social upliftment for local people, especially in these rural areas where we are doing business. And finally, of course, our agri-PV solutions help to develop new business sectors and can be combined and contribute to e-mobility solutions, to green hydrogen production, to agri-robotics or digitalization solutions in renewable energies. So in fact, a completely new business world with new jobs and new macroeconomic effects for the countries where our plants are realized. Our concepts, in fact, have proven to be sustainable in the long term and commercially viable. Our company is a family-owned German company founded by a traditional agri-economist, Peter Schrum, who was born in a family in northern Germany of traditional agricultural business people. And one of the Sun Farming is one of the top specialists and pioneers in agri-PV in Europe and has been doing business since 2004 in agri-PV solutions and in ground-mounted PV solutions worldwide. We've realized more than 650 megawatt of PV, not only in Germany and Poland, but also in other countries in the world. And in fact, we own ourselves more than 350 megawatt of PV solutions and have the full service operation and maintenance in our hands. Why should you cooperate and do business with Sun Farming? As I said, we are pioneers in the field of agri-photovoltaic solutions and trading. We are winners of multiple international awards due to our sustainable and holistic solution and concept in the food and energy plants. Our core markets are in Germany and Poland, but also in Turkey and in the African countries. And we are recently developing new sites and new plants in Latin America with a special focus on Brazil. We build long-term sustainable solutions which deliver real value to our customers, of course to our own company and our group, and to the community where we are doing business. So a long-term solution is always the biggest goal we would pursue in our business. So what is different to normal solar solutions and what we see? So the normal ground-mounted solutions are panels mounted close to the ground. So in fact, nothing really grows underneath. And we see a single use of land and very little activity or jobs which are combined with these solutions. It just generates green energy and there is a conflict of usage of land. So there's a big discussion also in Germany and in Europe about how land should be used. Should it be only agriculturally used, or should it be double used, like producing green energy on top and land underneath? And therefore, our solution answers these questions and gives the solution for a double use of land. That means that our solutions have an increased row-to-row distance from one row to the other between the panel rows. which is up to 3 to 4.5 meters between the rows. Our glass panels are bifacial glass panels, and they are lifted from on steel structures, and so they are lifted from the ground so that agricultural production can be done underneath. You could also net the rows in between so that, for example, insects or other predators could be kept away and crop could be protected. And in fact, our glass models let sunlight shine through so that vegetation can grow underneath. And in fact, also we have a rain or water distribution system underneath our models, so that if there is water and rain, we could distribute this and also have the vegetation to grow better underneath our models. This infrastructure is not only able to produce energy and to have agricultural or food production underneath, but it also is a good space for training of, for example, new horticultural entrepreneurs. So it's not only a production site, but it's also a training site for us. We have got two different types of products in our agri-PV solutions. The one is what we call the sun farming eco-solar system. This is a system which is with a panel height of 1 meter on the lowest level and 2.4 meters on the highest level, as you see it here. And we use bifacial glass models with a very special standard exclusively produced for sun farming, which is hurricane resistant, which is hail resistant, and which is of the top quality and transparent, so it would let sunlight go through by 30%, around 30%. And it is the vegetation is also more resistant against damage from, for example, ammonia or salt mist in coastal regions. The higher light transmission is exactly the concept is that it is perfect for lush grassland soils and flowery meadows. The sun farming rainwater distribution and irrigation system in the substructure saves water and provides the natural soil humidification underneath the models so that vegetation can grow perfectly. And with the higher humidification of the soil, we also have a higher CO2 storage capacity of the soil due to the transpiration reduction what we have underneath our panels, and thus we can create more plant biodiversity and habitats for small animals and insects underneath this structure. What then, I want to get back to this one, what can be done with this structure? We don't only put it on greenland, but of course you could also keep sheep or poultry underneath these panels. Is a perfect habitat for small animals and other insects in this area where we can put this structure. The second product what we have is the sun farming agri-PV product, and that is our main product in fact. So the structure is lifted a little bit higher than the eco-PV structure, meaning the lowest point is 1.5 meters or could also be 2.10 meters, and it goes up to 2.90 meters or 3.60. So it is lifted higher up so that you could also work with agricultural machines underneath the structures. And here we have the possibility to grow crop like, for example, vegetables, herbs, fruit, flowers, berries, and wine underneath. And we have all the advantages of the ecosystem as well here. So we use the same modules, meaning bifacial glass modules. We also have the rainwater distribution and irrigation systems. We can keep more CO2 stored in the soil due to the transpiration reduction and the moisture in the soil. And it is very resource saving because of the higher area efficiency, so we can increase the vegetation underneath these structures. We can reduce the use of pesticides underneath the structures, and of course we can reduce waste due to less soil tunnels, for example, because like in Europe, for example, for growing food or vegetables, very often soil tunnels have been used, but this is only a single use of land. And of course, with our solutions, we protect the crops and we make double use of land possible. But we not only use these structures to use the land double, but also to give a special positive impact to the people in the areas where our plants are built. We provide vocational trainings in sustainable agriculture and modern agri-tech methods in our plants in order to increase production efficiency, to improve the water management, and also to help the farm business startups expand their market reach. We develop sustainable small-scale farmers and entrepreneurs in our plants for the local people living in and around our plants. And we create decent jobs in our plants and surrounding communities, because we, of course, employ these people to produce fruit and vegetables or medicinal herbs in our plants. And we also employ these people and create jobs for the marketing and sales of the products in our, which we produce in our plants. We also offer a special train the trainer program, meaning that we find out who could be motivated and capable also to become a trainer himself and to transfer knowledge which he or she has received in our trainings to more people in the area where they are living. So this approach really facilitates an accelerated knowledge and technology transfer to the local people in the area. And in fact, our main focus in the programs is also on women, because what we would like to achieve is to create new jobs, permanent jobs for women, which also allows a second stream of income for local companies. So we combine the production of solar energy and food together with jobs and training in horticulture, or also in renewable energy plant maintenance and also installation. So why is our concept different to combine all these aspects again? So we create new jobs in future-oriented sectors. Like you see it here, it's an example of our plant on Madagascar, where we started a big training session with local people in the installation and maintenance of our agri-PV or food and energy plant in Madagascar, which not only helps to create and to produce green energy for Madagascar, but which would also contribute to reduce the food crisis that Madagascar is facing today. We hope that we would be able to produce as much food, and this should be produced by local people whom we trained in sustainable agriculture as well as in renewable energy installation and maintenance. So this is what the plant looks like today. There are vegetable and fruit and medicinal herbs fields in front and also, of course, underneath our panels. and this already creates a lot of new jobs to the regional people and helps them to have also healthy food for themselves and their families. In Osmaniye in Turkey, we developed a food and energy plant which was co-funded by DEG, and this plant combines the production of renewable energy as well as the production of food for the Syrian refugees in a camp nearby. And these refugees, as well as the Turkish local people, had the chance to be trained in this plant and as well in sustainable agriculture, as well as in PV installation. And we are very happy to see that the refugees cooperate very well with the Turkish people, and they work together and cooperate to produce food and to keep the plant running in Turkey. And for this special concept and this unit, we also were awarded one of the various awards we received during the last years. In South Africa, we also train local people, like you see it here in our plant in Potchefstroom, at the campus of the Northwest University in South Africa. And there as well, we train women and local people in agriculture, in sustainable agriculture, and we train women and men in the installation and maintenance of renewable energy plants. So, in fact, we had an independent study being done and undertaken by Stuart Redquin about the macroeconomic impact our food and energy concept has in the areas where our plants are built. And we can say that we can produce 100% more food due to the state-of-the-art technology and partnering concept we are using in our plants. We are creating more than 24 new jobs per megawatt per year in our plants, and we can train up to 50 people per megawatt per year in our plants, and enhance technology transfer and deliver more training to local people, almost double of what the normal situation would be if the plant would not be realized in this area. And finally, of course, we would always contribute with climate resilient food which is produced in our plants, and have new permanent jobs created in the economy in these areas each year. In Germany, we have built and developed our own company-owned research and innovation park, which is placed near Berlin in Rathenow in Germany. And here you can see all our various solutions and applications of agri-PV or food and energy concepts, which we have built there. And we are doing research in this center together with various universities and Forschungszentrum Jülich, for example, very famous in Germany about the research on vegetation underneath agri-PV systems. And we are very proud and, of course, would like to invite all of you to visit our innovation center here in Germany. Whenever you have the chance to come to Germany, please meet us and please come and visit our innovation center and get more details on what can be grown underneath the PV systems and how these PV systems and technical solutions work in this area. So here are some pictures from the innovation park in Rathenow. You can see that we are growing various types of vegetation and crops underneath. So not only tomatoes, cucumbers, and other types of vegetables. We are also growing flowers and, of course, medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs is a very specialty of sun farming, because we would like to find out how we can create a positive health impact also, and how we can contribute to a healthy nutrition, not only creating food, but also well-balanced and healthy food for the people in the areas where our plants are built. So the sun farming food and energy concepts protect the crops, the vegetables and herbs from heavy rainfalls, from hail, from too much sunlight, from drought and insects. In fact, what we saw this year in Germany is almost what we saw some 10 years ago already in South Africa, meaning we had a big problem with climate change. And the demand for solutions like ours in Germany and in Central Europe has grown a lot now. And therefore, we hope that we can install much more and help to save the climate, and at the same time produce green energy, and of course help to secure food in Europe as well. Here you can see more details and more pictures of the vegetation, what we grow underneath our panels, like raspberries, for example. Here is a special solution of a fruit protection plant, which is lifted up to 3.60 meters, and which covers here apples or pears, and also protects them against climate change. And the latest concept is about the well-being of animals like cows, sheep, or poultry underneath our panels, which would protect them against too much sun. And in winter, they could always be kept outside, and the land could be used extensively and could be protected against drought as well. Once again, a picture of machines which could, of course, be used underneath our systems, but we are also doing research on agri-robotics together with various universities and with our systems. Yeah, I just skipped that. To come to an end in my presentation, I just want to give you an idea of how important green energy also is in the production, in the supply chain to produce green hydrogen as well as ammonia. And sun farming is also developing ammonia and green hydrogen supply chains together with other partners all around the world. Finally, I would only like to draw your attention to our NGO, Food Education, Energy and Development, which we founded some 2 years ago, and which helped to provide well-balanced food to school children and smaller children in kindergartens in South Africa at the moment. And this food and the medicinal herbs are produced in our plant, in the agri-PV plant in South Africa. And we are training local people from the townships and rural areas in order to create new jobs. And of course, we would be very happy if you would also support us in our NGO work. And we look forward to your contacts and potentially also to your donations to help us to also pursue the sustainable development goals we are all agreeing upon and which we would like to pursue. Thank you very much for your attention today.
The concept from sun farming is to use the place where we build the solar plants double. We use the place for agriculture production, for food production, for vegetables, for berries, for wine, as well as for animals in the welfare area. With mother cows and with beef under the panels where they can stay the whole year, and they are safe against hail and hard rain and wind and storm. So they feel very well with a lot of much more place for them to grow, and it's a good condition for welfare beef production. What you see here is the sun farming umbrella. The sun farming umbrella was developed from us with glass modules, with special constructions and holding systems with wires. The plants you want to save against hail and against hard rain and storm. So we need nearly to protect all berries and all vines, and all the food is very sensible against rain. We have special bifid cell modules developed, and these modules let a part of the sun through to the plants under the panels. Those between 15 and 30% of the sun can join our ground under the panels, and we have rainwater dividing systems to save the full rainwater for growing under panels. Under the panels, the transpiration rate is lower, as outside where the sun can hit the ground directly, and so we save a lot of water under panels. In dry areas, when we came 20 years ago to Africa, it was a must to do W's concepts because we need the shadow to grow anything in areas where we don't have any possibilities because the water is so less. And that became more and more famous in many countries now, that you can grow everything in a very high effect.
No, I think, so in fact, what we are more focusing on the bifacial glass modules, because vegetation is protected and at the same time we have natural light underneath. But of course, for the biodiversity, increasing of biodiversity, you could also use the white colored panels underneath, because you still have the rainwater distribution underneath the panels. So moisture is still distributed, and the transpiration rate is reduced underneath the modules. At the same time, due to the bigger row distance, we have sunlight which really still comes underneath the panels, and which is also reflected by the white cover underneath the panels if we use the one-sided glass panels. And the reflection can also increase the solar yield of the modules. So we can combine both. Yes, in Germany, the demand for agri-PV plants has increased a lot due to various factors. So we have the energy crisis now, which also was triggered even more with the Ukraine war. And at the same time, we have a big problem with the climate change, which really affects Germany and Central Europe a lot now as well. So you heard about droughts and water problems in agricultural areas. So really the demand from the farmers is high to put up agri-PV system, protect their crops or animals, and also to reduce water use, and to help the land stay green and the vegetation to not be too much affected. Normally in Germany, the farmers still can benefit from the CAP funds which they would receive, even if they put the agri-PV systems on their agricultural land. But since they can continue their agricultural production underneath the panels, the agricultural production is secured, and therefore CAP can still be asked for. On the other hand, we have the German Renewable Energy Law, the EED, and the EED has been changed now in 2023, which is also more in favor now to make agricultural land available for agri-PV development. And at the same time, the farmers and people putting up agri-PV systems could benefit from a feed-in tariff, which is guaranteed by the normal EEG 2023. So this is another funding point, and which also helps to secure bank financing for agri-PV investors, because the EEG makes sure that you would benefit from the tariffs for 20 years, so that you could have a long-term bank financing for your PV system. The feed-in tariffs, like the EEG feed-in tariffs at the moment, and with the new EEG 2023, are now lower than the normal market price, which you could achieve by power purchase agreements if you would sell the power direct to off-takers or to people who would sell the energy in the market. So this is only a guarantee if the investor would want to finance with the investment with a bank, but in fact he is also free and open to sell his energy direct via PPA. Yes, so we have always thought about people living close to agri-PV plants in Germany, because of course people are not normally used to live close to such plants and to look on agricultural land and see energy plants. They are used already to wind energy plants, but a big scale or large scale agri-PV plants is something new to them. But in fact, with the energy crisis and the extremely high energy prices now, we wanted to give them a sort of acceptable agri-PV systems, which they would still like to integrate in their landscape, and at the same time have secure and also payable green energy. Therefore, we tried to develop systems which are not higher than 3.60 meters in the top point, and which could be integrated best in the landscape, like putting trees and green areas around these plants and integrating it best and making it acceptable more for the residents in the area. At the same time, we are trying to help the local people to be able to buy the regionally produced green energy of our agri-PV plants at a lower price than the normal market price, what they would pay, for example, for normal energy prices in the market. So there we try to cooperate with the off-takers of our energy and with the German Stadtwerke and the suppliers of energy, in order to give a benefit and advantage to those people living in the area, because they accept it and they can benefit from the agri-PV plant next to their community.
接着，我们邀请台湾水资源与农业研究院李义颖博士，以农村发展再生能源的契机与挑战为题，跟大家分享。李博士参加政策研究专案非常有经验，曾参加行政院第2期的能源国家科技计划，任职于商业发展研究院的时候，曾投入绿能科技策略与创新推动研究。现于本院负责农业绿能政策与国家趋势观测研究工作。农村受到创新科技快速的发展，气候变迁导致地球暖化等各项议题的影响，开始导入再生能源，结合新能源科技 以推动农村迈向永续发展。然而，虽然再生能源将为农村带来各项创新与发展的契机，相对的，也可能遭遇各项需要克服的挑战。李博士回顾国际文献与相关资讯，为农村因能源结构转型所引发的创新变革提出客观见解与建议。我想，再生能源是实现农村供电自给自足的关键技术，也是实现农业碳净零的重点要素之一。虽然政策推动过程会面临许多从环境、社会或农业生产的相关问题，但这些都需要产业、学术、研究、民众还有公民团体，大家彼此沟通，凝聚共识，来一起研拟解决的方案，以农业为本、绿能价值的原则推动国家政策。接下来，我们请李博士为我们分享他的报告。
大家好，欢迎大家来参加2022农业绿能论坛。那在这个 session 的一个讲题呢，是农村发展再生能源的契机与挑战。那我是台湾水资源与农业研究院李颖博士。那农村发展的一个目标呢，那我们首先先来讨论一下，就是说，那农村如果要发展的话，它应该秉持在哪一个要设定什么样的目标？那我这边引用的是欧盟在2021年通过的新共同农业政策。那这个共同农业政策呢，有针对几个面向，比如说提升农业部门的韧性，然后改善农村的生活，还有就是强化环境保护以及气候行动等等。那在这几个面向呢，那它主要的目的都是要维持，像是维持农业的价值，还有营造宜居的农村，赋予永续的观点，就是也不会单纯说着重在农业的生产。那除了农业的生产之外，农村的的生活品质也会要做一个重视。那也是要因应这个气候变迁的一个挑战，然后着重在永续观点的一个部分。那在提升部门韧性的部分呢，那有几点比较重要，像是具体的增加这个农民的收入啊，还有增加农业竞争力和聚焦在市场导向，就是以市场的需求为主，然后来做生产，还有就是提高农民在产业价值链的一个地位。那也就是说，整个供应链里面农民的一个定位呢，必须要有所的一个注重。那还有在营造这个宜居的一个生活环境的部分，那包括就是确保粮食的一个品质，生活品质上，那食衣住行，那食也很重要吧。那还有促进这个要有一个就业机会，还有支持世代的传承。那支持世代传承的部分，就是有些农村可能因为老化的关系，就变成说有些人都人口外移，变成说人口老化的一个情况。那这是一个农村，有时候我们会说它是一个比较常态性的问题啊。那这个常态性问题其实也可以用一些方式来做解决。那还有就是因应气候变迁，还有促进自然资源的永续使用，还有保护，很重要的是保护生物的一个多样性。那我们的自然资源呢，让我们下一代还能够感受得到这些自然资源的一个价值。那农村呢，其实在文献上会讲到说，它整个发展历程大概会有3个阶段。那大概就分成萌芽期、震荡期，那接下来就是走向成长，或者说走向衰退。那在萌芽期的部分呢，主要着重在基础环境的一个设置。那一些基础设施呢，像是运输道路，还有当地的电力的供应，还有水资源环境的一个营造，还有在这种环境的营造等等。那主要是聚焦在农业生产的一个部分。那在这过程中，为了创建农村所需的一些基础环境呢，要规划各类的措施，那必须要着重自然资源和生态空间的一个改变。也就是说，农村在萌芽期，在针对基础设施的设置时，其实就必须要着重自然景观和生态空间的一个改变的情况。那在 接下来在民生配套的一个设置上呢，包括就是像是医院、学区，还有整个农村的一些农业生产上所需的公开渠道规划，还有资通讯的一个设备，还有农产销通路的一个设置。那这些都是要完善整个功能结构。那在整个功能结构完成之后呢，接下来农村有一个很重要的转折期，就是一个震荡期呢，要避免说农村走向衰退，那必须要发展能够引动区域的潜力的经济活动，那也让当地拥有一个创业家精神，以当地的力量联动外部的一个市场。那在成长期和衰退期的一个关键呢，其实就是说这个地方有没有促进一个多元参与。那就是说有没有实现到区域创新？那我们在讲区域创新呢？区域创新它从旧到新，其实很着重的是它的一个过程，就是它过程当中有没有着重在永续发展，有没有着重在一些外部环境的变化所做的因应。那包括像是非农业生产的一个发展，那非农生产其实严格来讲，再生能源其实就是一种非农业生产，而这个非农业生产呢，它俗话来说，它可能是一个双面刃啊，就是说它可以促进区域的一个发展。那如果说没有妥善的措施或管理的话，它其实会造成一点点的一个失控。那还有就是调适气候变迁的一个情况，还有科技物联网的应用，促进公民参与等等，这些很多的着重永续发展的一些议题。那这过程的关键就是有没有透过农业的技术创新，还有制度化管理，还有没有针对社会网络的一个中介平台创新等等。那最终的目的就是要着重在农村的整体永续的能力的一个建构，然后强调就是整个不断学习和发展创新的一个价值。那这边我引用一个国外文献哦，就是针对说，如果区域学习的一个整系架构要整个建构起来的话，会有哪一些要素要着重的？那一个最重要的就是说，当地农村所在的位置，就是在这个区位下，就是当地的居民他要怎么样发展他的倡议。那这个关键有两个很重要的角色，一个就是公共部门，那一个就是知识的提供者。那公共部门当然就是中央和地方政府嘛，它推动相关的政策配套，其实是很关键的。那知识的提供者就包括学术单位啊，还有就是研究机构，还有一些厂商等等。那这些厂商作为辅助的角色，其实还是以地方居民为主，在区位的发展参与为主。那整个过程呢，我们利用这些不一样的资源，然后跨领域之间，借由农村的区域学习去实现这个区域的创新价值，那迈向永续发展。那还有就是农村的发展会有许多议题，我们要去着重哦。那有许多比较常态性的问题啊。那我这边引用一个世界地图的一个呈现。那各国的这个地图呢，是针对各国农村占其就是总人口的一个比例。那我们其实很明显可以发现说，全世界其实先进国家就是已开发国家，它的农村的人口相对的占比却会比较少，而开发中国家却比较多。那右边的这个圆饼图呢，我们针对就是世界农村的人口各所的层级的一个占比，然后做一个制图，那还发现到说，其实超过一半以上的一个农村人口都是属于中低所得国家，所以这样就衍生一些问题啊，像是城乡差距，就是城市跟乡村之间的一个差距越来越大，那人口数也差别越来越多，就是有人口外流的一个情况。那还有就是农村比较多是中低所得的一个情况，那农村的居民所得普遍就不高。那还有一个就是非农开发，就是非农开发其实是一个比较可能需要是着重管理的一个部分。那因为非农经济的成长，它会有一定的风险，加深当地的一个贫富差距。那这几个其实在文献上有一些可能性的一些解方啊，那这些解方其实还可以再做一个深入探讨，去看看说它要到底要怎么样做，才可以是一个具体的解决方案。那像是农村的转型啊，就是应用一些创新科技，那融合当地的基础建设，然后促进当地对这一份转型的一个认同。那还有就是强化就是农产品的一个附加价值。那像是推动行销通路啊，让确保这农产品它有一个产销通路可以做结合，还有提供的服务也可以有一些可以贩售的一个地方。 那提升就低收入户族群的生活上的活动附加价值。那农村除了有这些常态性问题之外呢，那在气候变迁对全世界的一个影响啊，其实不只是农业部门，可能对交通部门啊、科技部门，还有等等一些经济部门等等都会受到一些影响。那我这边引用就是联合国的气候变迁专门委员会发布的一个最新报告，它针对农村面临的一个气候变迁将面临的一些负向影响，有做一些表示。那一个就是会有极端天气啊，那有一些比较难以预测的一些洪水、干旱，还有一些天气上的热浪，或者说冬季的冰雪暴等等。那这些其实都会影响到农村的农作物的一个种植。还有就是，因为气候变迁的影响，让一些病虫害的影响范围变成说也是不容易去做预测。然后一些传粉媒介的一些益虫啊，它的一个授粉的周期也被受到一些影响，那益虫也受害。那还有就是农民的一个经营压力。那如果说气候变迁影响造成说长期的干旱，还有异常的一些热浪，就都会使农民的一个牲畜的饲养和收割庄稼变得比较困难，变成说农产的一个经营会有一些压力。那其实农村未来的发展的样貌啊，那也换过来说也是整个地球发展的样貌，其实取决于人类的决定啊。如果说人类还是不断的使用石化燃料的话，那其实会是左边的这一个样子。那有一个解方就是提高能源效率和使用再生能源。那还有就是说，农村如果说持续还是一直没有妥善规划，就一直用传统的燃油型的农产机具，那相对的，我们如果说用推广一些农产的机具的电动化、智慧化发展，然后有做一个规划的话，会有机会去解决这一个气候变迁，因气候变迁所带来的一些问题。那还有就是农林牧业的一个循环经济和粮食生产，那就是相对的，就是说一些农林牧业所生产的副产品，都会纯粹变成废弃物的话，会对环境造成一些污染。那还有就是滥垦滥伐，然后让森林没有一个喘息的空间。那这因应的解方就是重新种植一些树木，然后去恢复这个受损的生态环境。那既然提到再生能源，那我这边大概简单介绍一下各种再生能源吼。那像左边这个太阳能的部分，那太阳能其实它是住家还有农畜舍的一个屋顶设置太阳能光电板，它其实对于一些屋顶而言，它是可以达到一个降温的效果，其实这是非常不错的。不过太阳能严格来说，它其实有间歇性，就是天气如果说它已经不是有光照的情况，它这个时候是没办法就是做一个太阳光电的运用的。那还有一个缺点就是，太阳光电板其实严格来讲，它追求规模经济下，它所需要的土地面积是非常大的，极高的土地面积是需要的，而且需要配套一些废弃后的一些处理机制。所以太阳能板其实它虽然说它是一个低碳的能源啊，可是在之后的废弃之后处理机制其实是非常重要。那生质能源的话，它主要是农牧林业的一个废弃物等料源要做一个集中，然后透过各类的一个转换程序，然后变成可使用的能源。那这个在生质能的话，它其实很着重料源的集中，它其实集中的运输成本是很高的。那有一部分的学者就会讲说，那生质能需要做料源的一个运送，那在运送的过程中，除非它是用电动车啊，不然它排碳还是也很严重，这样子它还是有这一个缺点。那在小水力的部分呢，小水力它是利用一些农业水路的自然水流量和所谓的落差，然后动力转换成动能。那它也是有一个天气间歇性的一个缺点啦，它如果遇到干旱，它的发电量就会降低，然后受制于这个气候的一个变化。那还有风力发电，风力发电的话，它是有效运用自然的气体流动，以转动风机叶片，然后产生能量。那它的缺点是在于说，其实全世界其实会把风力发电如果可以的话，着重在离岸风机的一个建制啊，离岸风机其实它的维修成本很高，而且它的风机的公式船的一个技术成本也很高，变成说有时候你的平常的维护或者说维修上的成本可能需要借用国外的一个技术。那虽然再生能源有一些缺点啊，可是它其实为农村可以带来一些契机。 那像美国而言，美国的就业机会的部分，在2017年到2019年呢，美国的农村地区就增加了约29000个再生能源工作机会，那成长率就大概是9%。那跟都市地方相比的话，这一个成长工作的机会呢，都市是只有6%，是比都市还要多的。那在日本的部分呢，日本其实在一个地方叫多气町，那多气町的地方将小水力发电用在避难场所的一个照明电力，还有就是消防车的电瓶充电，以及支援长者的一个购买东西，还有就医用的电动车等等，有效的利用水力发电。那在坦桑尼亚的一个部分，这是比较是开发中国家。那开发中国家其实有一些偏乡地区，它甚至没得使用能源，所以对再生能源的他们来讲呢，除了可以使用新的能源之外，它还可以增加它一些新的收入来源。那借此呢，可以鼓励青年留在农村，并且参与一些农业生产活动。那在印尼的一个部分，印尼的班台巴鲁，它是透过再生能源以强化当地的一个社区能力。那什么是社区赋权呢？其实社区赋权它是让这个再生能源让它有机会为这个地方的特色做一些呈现，因为这个地方可能它的特色就是有机会发展风力发电，或者说有机会发展其他再生能源，而这一些科技这些设施，如果跟地方可以做一些加值的话，可以为社区赋权，然后挖掘社区所拥有的一个区域权利和资源，然后改善农村的一个生活福祉。那农村导入再生能源呢，虽然有一些契机啊，但是也面临有许多的一些挑战。那这些挑战其实主要是文献上或者是国际一些报告上的一些汇整啊，那大概会有这5个挑战。那第一个挑战呢，是对经济的影响低于预期。那实际上，其实再生能源刚刚所讲的，就是说很容易受到气候或者说是季节的一个变化，那常常影响到光电或风电及水力的能源产出，变成说它相较于石化燃料而言，它的一个能源的一个支持度，还有在生产的能源量，其实相对石化能源没有那么高。那还有一点就是设定过高的一些期望目标。基本上一个再生能源的一个推动目标呢，应该奠基在调查和研究还有知识基础上，并且要提出明确的策略和具体的一个政策。那如果说推动的一个目标它没有太多的一个知识基础做支撑的话，那其实在后续的相关的一些措施推动可能会遭遇比较多的一些挑战。那还有就是再生能源的激励措施引发竞租行为，趸购费率它容易引起各方的一个竞相取得土地拥有权。那还有一点就是设施它的安装对地方景观是不是会有一些影响啊？那有一些再生能源设施，它其实对地方也是一个新的东西，是一个创新科技啊，所以它在设施上，如果说没有考虑到地形地貌，还有地点它本来就具有的用途，那具有的用途，如果说因为你的这一个创新科技设施做地方融合之后，它原本的用途不见了，它可能会影响到部分的一些公共利益。那还有一个最后最重要的就是社会的接受度啊。那社会接受度的话，它重点是的地方啊这些重点利害关系人的意见。那如果说没有完全的做掌握和了解的话，容易形成一个政策阻力。整个永续农村的发展呢，那依据文献，我做一个参照来说明啊，就是说会很需要一些5项基础的一个资本，做一个跟一些要素做循环。那在上面的几个资本，像是社会网络、社区或群体成员之间的一个联系，就是说在这一个社区社群之间，就重点关系人的意见，还有彼此之间有没有做好一个跨域沟通和合作，这点其实是蛮重要的一个资源。还有就是人力资源、人力资本。那就是包括就是你当地有没有相关专业的技能或知识，还有你们人员有没有身体有没有健康，其实健康跟你有没有知识这个是要相对应的。如果说你其实不健康，你有知识其实也没用。那还有就是自然资源，就是当地的空气、水质，还有土地，还有生物多样性等等。那尤其生物多样性，其实大家都很着重。 就是说有一些物种，如果说在我们这一代就不见了，那我们下一代看不到，其实也很可惜。那还有就是基础设施、基础建设，还有生活或者是说是科技的基础设施、设备等等。那还有就是大家比较关注的就是经济的部分，那其实就是地方的一个就业率、收入上的财务结构啊，或还有金融资源等等这些。那其实一个社区，这个农村社区的发展，其实就是奠基在这些资本。那或许有一些社区可能这些资本没有构成的这么完善，可是如果说大家搭配再生能源跟创业家精神的话，就是可以运用当地的资源，以连接地方与空间，然后形成一个正向的循环，然后再形塑一个永续农村。那让一个永续农村的资本在形成一个累积和改善之后，可以再运用就是新能源再去做一个建构。那重点就是要运用当地的一个资源，连接地方与空间，形成正向循环。那我这一个阶段的一个总结与建议呢，那理论而言，全世界其实还没有说可以导入再生能源，而且齐备所有基础资本的一个农村呢。在最完美的农村尚未没有，那急需要发展永续的标杆案例，就会需要有一个最完美的标杆案例做一个呈现，让大家做参照。能源结构转型所引发的创新变革与动荡呢，需要产官学员、还有民众以及公民团体彼此之间的跨域理解与沟通，大家一起来讨论，才能找到一个解方。那建议呢，就是说农村必须要导入再生能源的时候，必须要考量到农业的一个发展，以农业为本，绿能做价值。那还有就是保护农民的一个权益和维护环境生态等原则来做推动。那也建议说，必须要找到合适的一个区位，然后规划建置农村的区域型微电网示范场域。那以自发自用为目标，推广我们的一个示范成果。那以上分享报告，谢谢各位。那其实台湾的国土不算大，所以说发展农村绿能的话，可能要选择比较不占土地面积的绿能类型。即使如果说真的再生能源需要比较多的土地，那要着重在土地它原本使用的目的，它是不是能够接受的这样的变革？就原本的目的，就是如果说它如果是失去原本的用途的话，那这样的变化是不是公众利益上都能够接受？那假设就是说耕作土地发展再生能源，而导致粮食如果受到一些短缺的影响的话，那老实讲，这对整体的公共利益而言是不太好的。所以就是说建议说，如果说台湾的农村要发展再生能源的话，如果要可以选择的话，可以选择占土地面积比较小的再生能源类型。那创业家的精神呢？我先为创业家精神做一个简单的定义啦，就是说它的重点是要针对专案的推动过程，发掘问题和拟定解决方案。那如果说涉及这个组织变革的一个部分呢，那相关的成员就会把这一份变革那视为一个开创的一个过程，就是不会去抗拒一些创新，或者说抗拒一些变化啦，就是说也是这个事物的推动所需，那开发新的工作事物。那农村地区要怎么样培养创业家精神呢？这要看推动地方的一个倡议啊，引动区域的学习的动机，还有就是要掌握在地居民的认知以及观念。其实在地居民他有没有想要去推动再生能源这件事，其实非常重要。那如果说要加速这个创业家精神的一个形塑，那可以借由愿景工作坊啊，或者说区域的一些交流会议的一些办理，那可以让这个更快速的掌握农村地方对于再生能源的看法和需求，他实际上他觉得应该要怎么做，这比较重要。然后关键在于说，就是说在你这些工作坊或交流会，你有没有找到对的人来开会，才可以了解目前地方拥有的创业家精神的元素还缺少哪一些。那或许其实不了解，可能地方不了解发展问题在哪，那也有可能就是不知道如何改变现状， 不清楚如何开发新的工作事务等等。那你如果说不借由这些工作坊或交流会的一个办理，你也不知道说，原来他们不知道什么是创业家精神，也不知道说在地的一些动机和一些目的要怎么样引动起来，促成一些区域的学习的一个状态。那也许就是也可以建议说，邀请研究单位，或者说借由产业的力量，以区域的专案管理的方式来协助处理，也是一种方法。那就是借由一些专业的厂商，或者说专业的研究单位，以知识提供者的一个角度，然后协助地方做发展创意，然后而且由公共部门做一个监管。但是这整个执行的过程呢，必须要以地方居民作为主导的角色。另外方法是说，由地方的公民团体或者说由协会来主动作为主导角色。那像是新北市的智慧绿能社区合作社啊，还有就是嘉义县的大林公民电厂生产合作社，这些都是一些很不错的一个成功案例啊，也都是由在地居民主动发起的案例。以上，谢谢。
谢谢李博士的分享。近年来，我国农业部门积极配合国家能源转型，推动农业绿能发展，并致力于碳净零的议题。现今国内农业绿能设施中，以渔电共生为主要发展标的，期待透过渔业结合能源以及其他价值辅助的方式，创造更好的养殖环境。而渔电共生导入智慧养殖系统，或是将眼光拉远到绿能结合海洋碳汇，都可能是未来可行的方向。接着，我们邀请国立台湾海洋大学陆正刚教授，以台湾智慧型渔电共生养殖系统设计与推动成效的近况为题，为大家分享报告。陆正刚教授专精于智慧水产养殖、海洋生物科技和水产生技相关产品的开发。他曾担任台湾海洋生物技术学会理事、台湾行政院国科会国家型计划水产生物科技组召集人，目前也担任亚洲生产力组织农业组专家。此外，陆教授曾多次执行政府研究专案，以及参与台湾首座智慧渔电共生温室设施规划设计。接下来，我们有请陆教授为我们分享他的报告。
各位来宾好啊，我是陆正刚啊，来自于国立台湾海洋大学哈。那我今天要很荣幸跟各位报告一下台湾智慧渔电共生养殖系统设计及推动成效之近况。所以说这是国际这个再生能源的一些趋势哈，它是就是农业的这个发展的绿能的趋势哈。目前呢，大概还是以这个屋顶型的为主。再来就是国际再生能源呢，也是希望呢政府能够扶持很多的电力部门哈。再来就是这个国际的这个农业绿能发展呢，我相信这个国际再生能源署呢，呼吁再生能源部门要跟农业部门提出一些重要的建议哈。那另外一个很重要就是公民能够参与哈。那我们现在发现到这个全球那个30%能源耗在农业食品的系统上面，我想这个另外呢还有就是农业的温室气体排放量也占了1/3啊，所以我们希望呢就是农业食品这个能够进行所谓的一个能源转型利用这个利用再生能源哈。这是台湾的这个绿能的政策哈，主要是以农业为本哈，绿能价值为原则的一个主轴哈。那就是农地农用哈，这个农地这是优先政策，那就是配合国家这个发展的绿能哈，在这个要注意到这个不影响到渔民的权益跟农业的发展生态的情况之下呢，优先推动这个农业的这个像屋顶型的太阳能哈。然后我们希望重点就是农业跟绿能能够共荣共存哈，共创商赢的这个局面哈。那这个呢，也是现在的国家政策，这个农业部门的这个净零排放政策，各位看得到，就是一个是绿色的碳汇哈，再来就是一个是海洋的碳汇哈，或渔业碳汇，再来就是一个渔电共生跟这个再生能源，这也是列入这个农委会的这个净零排放政策哈。 那这是渔电共生呢，那发展中间呢有很多的议题跟机会哈，那我就不逐一说，这是很多的这个公众的讨论哈。好，那这个就是现在的这个到2025年的时候，农业部门肩负了9基这个任务哈。好，所以呢，透过这些法规哈，加强查核，还有申请这个简化过程呢，还提升这个太阳光电的效率的提升哈所以逐年都在增加当中哈。好，那这个再生能源呢，以光电部来讲，它是有3.8元哈到5.8元的每度电哈。那这个在这个国际上面呢，这个是趸电售价是相当不错的。那这个是政府已经公告，大概是4800公顷哈，这个来做这个。那现在还再加上其他的，已经超过1万公頃的这个农地哈，来作为这个发展渔电共生哈。那这个是就是原来是自行办理哦，现在有先行区划，有简化流程了，有中央统合的规划，还进行，而且并完成了这个环境检核哈所以再来就是如果要申请的话，这个业者自己可以先做一个环境友善的评估的制评表哈，这个包括了设计阶段、施工阶段，还有运营阶段哈。那这个呢，农委会呢也建议了哈，这个按这个养殖的一些物种哈，那大概包括了文蛤，包括了乌锅鱼，包括虱目鱼，还有泰国虾哈，这些都是比较常见的适合在渔电共生的这个设施下面养殖的哈。好，那这个就是政府呢也规定哈，这个室外型的话，太阳能要覆盖率是大概在40%哈。那主要是建议是盖在这个温堤上面哈。那这个就我们现在就台湾的这个渔电共生发展，目前就分成2块哈，就一个是室外养殖的，一个是室内养殖哈。那左边这个就是室外的哈那右边的话就是这个是室内的一个循环水的一个渔电共生的设施哈。那这个是目前台湾的这个渔温的，这包括主要是皮塘哈。皮塘啊，在这个桃园这边的皮塘呢，它是用的是漂浮型的，在这个发电的这个哈。那主要这个是目前现在就是这个对我们养殖来讲，可能会有一点点存疑哈，就因为它这个散热的不是很好哈。那这个所以我们还并不列入这个推荐哈。好，那这个呢？为什么要养殖呢？就是传统的养殖、集约养殖啊，它的发电成本大概在2成到4成哈，这占了非常大的比例哈。所以呢，我们现在在节能跟减碳这个趋势之下呢，现在已经有国际趋势呢，就是建议用的是再生能源哈，包括太阳能跟风力的发电来从事这个养殖哈，还有就是这个最重要就是它就是一种食物的生产。那这个是我们的有国际专利哈，就是这个是一个就是一个智慧水产设施哈。那它是上面可以棚上发电棚下可以养殖你有采用很多的高科技，包括了这个IoT 哈的系统哈的做实时监控，等一下会介绍。另外呢，就是它也做的这个它的养殖池呢是用这个 HDP 塑胶布的方式来做哈。那还有这个就是所有的自动化 AI 的这个监控哈。好，那这是应该台湾是第一座这个室内的这个渔电共生的设施哈，这个在台南哈，那这个是由我们来设计规划的哈。好，这是台盐的一个暗场哈，上面发电呢，下面呢来执行这个用这个跑道式来做这个高密度的养殖哈。那这个是智能型所以呢，我们也导入了跟这个资策会导入了这个智能化哈，所以智能化而且是模组化所以将来我们希望能够用 turnkey 的 project 的方式呢，能够做整场输出那它这个也是一样，这个智能化的话，它是有所谓 IoT， 所以做所有的养殖参数的监控。那还有就是一些除了监控之外，还有这个自动化的做一些调节处理那这个比一般的这个土地呢，它可以盖到8成然后它的太阳板覆盖率最大化所以这个发电量也是相当的24万度，26万度一年嘛。那这个呢，将来也可以改成这个室内型改成圆形这个就 HD 塑胶布，这个是价格非常便宜那这个可以作为各种不同的鱼苗啦，这种高经济样子的鱼种那上面是有这个太阳能板那右边呢就告诉我们就是这个有智能化监控，等一下我会再讲一下细节好， 再来就是这是另外的案场哦，现在台湾现在也有其他像经济呢，也在台南市也有做这个渔电共生的案场哈。第三个就是这个在高雄永安哈也有在做这个进行这种室内的工厂化的这种养殖哈。那这个是讲的室内室外，所以我们讲这个里面呢，这个因为讲到设备哈，所以它除了这个上面的太阳能以外呢，下面呢这个还有这个循环水系统室内室外都可以做，还有就是水槽呢可以做一个模组化，其实建造便宜哈，那造价很便宜，而且很快哈。室外的话就立柱型哈，那示范案场呢有包括这个台西水事所他们在做这个，还有就是这个台泥这边也在北门这边也有在盖这个在他们覆盖率大只能达40%哈规定哈。那这是我们在做的就是一些新型的设计哈，兼做到美观哈，还有就是它的这个覆盖率哈。那这个呢，就是跟我们希望就是能够数字化，因为既然是要做高密度养殖哈，所以呢这个而且所以我们有这个做的一些智能化，就是这个协助传统转型哈，就是养殖户呢利用这个呢，既然是用的这个，所以我们协助他们来做这个传统型的养殖转型一地多用哈，节能减碳，还有就是科学化的养殖，经过这些 AIoT 能够进行所谓的这个科学化养殖哈，不要再靠天吃饭减少劳力哈。然后就是增加这个单位的这个产量哈，这个收益哈，就是绿能跟粮食呢可以生产可以兼顾哈。这是国际一个趋势哈。但现在在这个气候变迁，还有能源危机跟这个粮食危机的时候呢，这确实是需要利用这些先进的技术哈。那这就是我们介绍一下，它是全程的这个智能化监控哈。当然的所有的这个 mobile device， 包括手机，包括你的行动装置，都可以实时的监控这个你的养殖环境哈。另外呢，就是养殖人比较在乎的就是这些疾病诊断那这个你的鱼呢有没有生病哈？这是因为这个有时候这个疾病呢会造成短时间内大量死亡所以呢，这个疾病的我们也开发出来这个疾病诊断系统所以透过这个呢，渔民呢可以很快的就知道他的鱼有没有生病那最重要是后面的这个经过这个云端的这个还有这个人为的这个专家会诊之后呢，马上告诉他渔民的这个防治的这些处理的建议好，那另外呢，第三个呢就是养殖呢，就是这个是饲料那这个跟营养所以一个养殖户呢，他非常想要知道就是这个鱼苗的活存率，还有长得好不好，吃得好不好，多久可以达到上市体型，他还要花多少钱所以这个就是我们利用这个海大这个 AI 这个中心呢就是能够作为一个养殖生物的一个这个体重跟体长的这个计算做出这个生长曲线然后呢这个就可以来做经文这个人工业，我们会告诉这个通知这个智慧投喂机它来改变它的投喂的这个管理所以这就是说用 AIoT 呢告诉这些养殖户这个提供一个就是这个决策分析决策分析那另外呢就是长得好不好这个呢，我们还可以用这个精准营养的概念来分析那再改变它的投喂的这些模式好，那再来就是区块链养鱼会养鱼还要会卖鱼所以呢，也就是我们透过这个区块链的方法呢，能够进行所谓的这个产销管理从这个鱼苗生产开始呢，到这个加工到行销呢数位行销所以我们现在在农委会呢也在协助这个作为这个数位行销这一块这个是还有加上这个溯源系统数位溯源系统然后这个有产销履历所以这个就会协助呢我们的这个养殖户呢做外销那这个我们也发展出来，就是水产云所有的养殖户呢参与这个话，它可以透过这个进行刚才讲的水质疾病跟这个投喂营养这些的这个监测这个就是一种服务的模式我们在推动过去2年在推动的时候，有一些碰到一些问题包括就是容许的这个问题这个覆盖率的问题包括土地租金的问题、馈献的这个问题还有土地大面积的问题不易取得那还有就病亡申请时间过就是我们很觉得就是说这个养殖这个部分呢比较少这个真正的专业养殖顾问呢来参与好， 那再来就是一些这个，还有一些就是渔民呢不太了解这些申请的法规啊，所以我们都有建议啊，就提出相对建议，是不是要有一个辅导团队呢，来协助渔民来做这些申请哈。再来就是我们也希望呢，就是说现在很少有这个大型的鱼养殖示范基地专区啊，所以渔民并不是很了解这个养殖会渔电之后呢效果如何啊？另外就是还是有这个存在假养殖增重电的这个情形会发生啊，所以呢希望呢这个单位呢还有继续的加强取缔哈。那再来就是渔民跟光电业者的互信不足哈，这个东西呢就是要透过这个发展养殖为主、绿能为辅的一个养渔光共融的这个多赢的这个模式哈。所以呢，这也是农委会呢，它现在提出来主动媒合、优先并网，还有这个专案审查跟扩大盘点哈。所以现在大概已经超过就1万公顷的这个土地释出哈。好，这就是我们已经离出来这个光电业者跟经营者土地之间的这个关系哈。所以我们怎么样能够把这个关系进行作为更为和谐哈？这是我们需要努力的地方哈。好，再来就是我们呢，就是绿能产业呢推动服务哈。那我们也希望呢，这个学这个学研界呢，能够参与这些这个推动哈，这个还有服务哈。这个第一个就是趋势分析哈、资讯，还有人才的培训啊，还有管考啊。那这个我们也希望呢，能够有一个绿能养殖专区啊，能够啊，就是我们也提出了一个专区的这个模式哈，这个就是这个光电商、水产合作社还有这个加工厂啊、行销公司啊，能够来一起进入这个专区啊，然后来这个来大家参与哈，然后再就是主要就是以发电权甚至还可以贷款哈，再来就是确保这个养殖户、地主跟承租户的业者的权益哈，然后造成放人成功哈。好，再来就是另外一个气候，我们也讲到这个跟气候有关系啊。养殖也是因为要靠天吃饭的，所以这个气候呢的变迁呢也是常常有灾害，这个包括高温呐、这个台风呐、这个旱灾啊、水灾哈。所以我们也希望呢，就是这个台湾现在也面临的一些农业上也面临一些很多挑战哦。这个这边有讲到，年平均温度也在1.6度在增加哈。好，所以呢我们想到它现在的光照时间呢，也有好像有缩短哈。再来就是最大暴雨哈，这个也有强降雨这些情形哈，高温哈，所以呢，也就是说这个是暖化的情形。好，那我们现在提出来就是说一个海洋碳汇哈，蓝碳的这个概念哈。那主要是现在就是有这红树林草的这个潮间带的这个盐藻这种哈，好，这个可以作为碳汇哈。这个全世界的这个碳捕捉呢，有55%是来自于海洋哈，所以我们希望呢能够加强这一块做碳汇哈。好，那这个我们另外一个题目就是绿能结合了海洋碳汇跟智慧贝类养殖哈。那最近呢，在今年4月哈，这个这个欧盟哈，这个 AAC 哈，这个 Agriculture 这个 Advisory Committee 啊，他们已经建议啊，向欧盟国家建议这个贝类哈，贝类是可以作为这个封存哈，用贝类哈。这个软体动物啊，所以这个非常值得我们台湾的借鉴哈。好，再来就是我们这样就是说利用蓝碳，就是利用沿海的这些动植物来作为一个碳的储存哈。那这是一个比较新的概念哈。好，那全世界有多少贝类有1600万吨的，所以这是一个相当大的巨量。所以我们的视角就是说，碳团利用滤食性的贝壳哈，还有就是这个牡蛎胶哈，来作为一个碳封存哈。这个刚刚讲过，欧盟呢，这个现在已经在推荐哈，那就是这是可移出式，我要特别强调，这个贝壳呢是可移出式，并不是一直永久存在这个栖息地啊，所以这个而且这个碳贝壳1吨的这个贝壳呢，可以储存440公斤的这个碳哈，所以这个东西呢，甚至可以作为碳交易啊。那这个是智慧精准的这个文革养殖哈，所以我们就是把这个绿能再加上这个碳汇，再加上一个精准养殖啊，合并哈。那这就是精准化的这个文革的养殖啊，甚至我们还有用无人机啊，因为这个大面积1000多公顷的话，就是要用这个无人机来做水质监测啊，那再来做一个处理动作哈。好，那这个我们也提出来啊，那因为这个水试手就是说，这个太阳能板确实会遮光啊。所以说呢，对于这个贝类的养殖确实会有一些影响，但是我们现在提出一些新的 solution 啊，就是用这个高低池啊，那一边可以养殖啊，那它的废水呢，它含藻水呢，可以打到这个浅池来啊，作为文革的养殖哈。那实在这个因为这个覆盖，所以这个在这个还可以在池边哈， 作为这个藻种的培养之后的再灌回这个养殖池提供这个贝类的食物另外一个新型的，我们现在提出来就是一个新型的渔电模式，所以我们说那渔电是一定要在陆上做吗？我们认为不是还有就是这个我们现在跟这个一些这个国际的这个风场呢要合作，就是这个海洋牧场作为一个渔电所以风机的这些挑战所以净零排放之后呢，所以我们希望呢就是在这上面呢还有做这个离岸风电之外呢，还可以做这个海洋牧场然后进行所谓的这个离岛观光呢，还有一些试验甚至于海水可以作为这个制氢就是这个就是滤清好，那这就是我们希望呢，我们这边 propose 就是海洋牧场跟这个风电呢可以做一个紧密的结合这个风场旁边呢可以开发这个这个观光好，就是海上粮仓这个绿色农业所以这个也是我们可以达到就是碳减量啦、碳排放啦，还有碳封藏、碳交易，全部都可以用这个海洋牧场达到那这个就是我们讲的，这边利用的就是可升降式的箱网，海象箱网然后它这个快速就可以沉下去因为台湾的海峡这边夏季都有很多台风所以一定要建议一定要用这种可沉降式的那这个就是这种就是增加这个水产品的产量那这个是一个相当重要，就是我们讲的能源呢要跟这个粮食农业要做一个紧密的结合解决这个能源危机呢，还有解决就是一个是食物的危机food safety。那我们也希望呢，就是能够做一个就是这个示范基地这个示范基地里面包括了碳中和，还有这个养殖还有绿电能源跟这个都3合1那这个里面呢就是智慧电网所以这个就减少这个缺电的问题就用智慧电网还有除氢设备储能设备所以这个就是将来在智慧电网里面必须要做这个。好，总结我们今天要提出来就是渔电共生呢，必须要以农渔生产为本绿能加值为原则再来就是我们提出来就是再生能源呢，要跟这个智慧农业食品链呢做一个紧密结合，然后协助各国家或者各农业地区呢做能源转型跟粮食安全的这个另外呢，我们重新定义了这个渔电陆上呢就是太阳能加上这个水产养殖海上的话就是离岸风电加上深海的箱网的这种养殖那另外呢，因应这个地球的这个全球气候的这个变迁还有就是 zero 这个就是净零排放2050年所以我们希望呢就发展的就是一个绿能碳汇跟智慧水产养殖的一个新型的新代模式。那我们目的呢就是希望打造一个低碳的水产养殖的一个产业还有就是低碳的这个永续这个友善的环境好，那这个愿景呢，就是希望导入的智能化，增加这个养殖的这个收入这个品质跟提升品质跟产能再来就是新型的渔电共生那我们希望呢就再生能源跟这个碳汇渔业碳汇还有这个精准养殖做一个结合达到这个净零排放或者几乎趋近于零的排放那这个就是一个就是主要就是食物能源绿能食物跟一地多用最佳的解决方案好，谢谢各位。那就主要就是说，而且现在目前就是前一个就是大暴雨那盐度瞬间的下降。第二个现在这个时候这个高温现在这个高温所以这个都会造成这个贝类的大死所以我们才会提议要用智能化监控，包括所有的水质，包括温度、盐度，甚至于它的这个池底的这个这个情况就是用氧化还原值来代表我想这是对于这个实时监控之后呢，就可以降低这个影响因子提早发现，提早的做处理。比如说这个盐度的话，那就是要换水那再来就是高温的话呢，就是要增氧设备。所以我们可以就利用这种智能化呢，可以及时的处理所以呢能够减少它的这个伤亡所以呢这个就是说可以甚至可以维持或增加产量。好，这个非常重要的问题因为水产养殖呢，水产品它从捕捞出水之后呢，就需要做一些冷藏的动作那所以说呢，这个冷链物流是在 水产养品上面是必须要的哈。所以这跟其他的农作物不太一样哈。所以我相信这个是必须要的。而且呢，现在绿能刚好就可以来作为这个绿能制冷啊，用绿能来制冷啊。就是降低温度，还有就是现在用制冷的车子啊，这是冷链的车子，或是用氢的车子啊，因为这个要跟这个水产品的这个碳足迹有关哦，所以我们一定要降低这个石化这个电力的这种使用哈，转成用这种绿能哈，所以能降低这个水产品的碳足迹。另外当然就是保存啊，这个新鲜度，这个是食品安全的问题啊。所以说绿能哈，大家可以做成制氢或者制冷啊，这两大这个是非常重要的哈。是，谢谢。好，价值是这样子，就是我们前面讲过。你现在是第一个食品安全的哈，那我想这个东西要增产嘛哈，这个现在粮食危机，所以利用这个东西呢，可以增加产值，还有提高它的品质，这是第一点。那当然最后还是经济啊，这个渔民的这个好，再来就是现在对能源方面，那现在的这个刚刚讲过1/3的能源呢，全球1/3能源用在食品链哈，所以也如何能够降低这个这个能源呢？这个石化能源呢，还是就是要用绿能，大家简单就是要再生能源哈。这个用这个做一个能源转型啊。这个农村呢也需要做能源转型啊。另外就是增加食品的这个产量啊，这个食物的产量，这是第二个。但当然我们看前面讲到啊，你当然还有很多的收入哈，那才有这个诱因哈，渔民愿意来投入哈，我想这是重要啊。这个对于来讲，我们讲说希望这个水产品讲的是永续经营，这个产业需要能够永续经营。那这些刚刚讲能量的，还有就是生产力这些事情，我们希望有这个新的高科技的哈，这个能够来解决哈啊，这个是比较重要。另外的就是你用的绿能啊，这个净零排放啊，这个net zero 2050哈，所以我想这个东西呢也是一个利用这个哈，能够做的这个净零排放。做一个低碳的这个生活环境，我想这也是一个很重要的诱因了哈。
谢谢陆教授为我们分享渔电共生的这个样子哈，相信大家都收获满满。那接下来就是我们的压轴最后一场的这个 speech 哈，我们很高兴邀请到美国 NCAT 的 Stacy Peterson 主任来跟我们分享他的一些过去的经验，还有怎么样结合农业，让我们的这个能效可以提升。那Stacy Peterson 他是我们在美国 NCAT 的能源专案的这一个负责人。那他过去从事的很多跟如何提升农场或是在我们农业领域的这些能效，那不管是农渔畜各个部门，等一下Peterson 主任都会给我们有深入的一些分享。那另外这个 Stacy Peterson 主任他正在执行的一个 Agri-Solar Clean House 的这个 project 那这个是一个 panel 这一个平台，那里面有相关的一些专家，那包括从资讯的收集啦，如何给大家最适的方案，会有很深入的一个实务操作，还有这个平台运作来跟大家分享。那这个部分在日后在台湾，我觉得会有很有应用的价值。像我们现在在推展的智慧农业啦，怎么样提升这些能源效率，尤其是在我们的鱼跟畜跟我们的这些温室的作物的生产，我相信Peterson 主任都可以给我们很好的经验分享跟启发。那接下来我们就把时间交给 Stacy Peterson 主任。
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. We're very happy to be talking about our programs here. A little bit about NCAT. NCAT is the National Center for Appropriate Technology. We're a national nonprofit in the United States, and we work in the area of sustainable energy and sustainable agriculture. We've been doing this since the mid-1970s. I'm the Energy Program Director. I have several programs. The two that I'll be talking about today are the Agri-Solar Clearinghouse, which is a clearinghouse or a repository of information about agri-solar, and I'll be talking about energy services and our energy conservation work. We also do low-income energy work, and then we do a lot of work in the area of sustainable agriculture. We do that through programs like our ATRA program, which is funded by the USDA, or our Arm to Farm program, which is, it helps veterans transition into farming, or our Soil for Water program, which works in the area of soil health. NCAT's a trusted practical connector of sustainable energy and sustainable agriculture information. So how I've framed today's talk is as a whole farm energy approach. And in doing that, you'll first look at your energy usage. You'll then look at your goals and your budget. You can perform practical do-it-yourself measures then, and you can hire a professional energy auditor, which I would really advise. And then you can perform the energy conservation measures identified by your auditor and within your goals and budget. And then, or concurrently with, you can install agri-solar to power your farm. You can also sell solar energy as a crop, or you can lease your land to a solar developer. So first, how are you using your energy? That's a really basic thing to look at. You can get this information from your energy bill. You can put it into a spreadsheet, or often this information is right on your bill. This visual on the top chart shows a facility that uses more energy in the winter. So you see higher kilowatt hours per day in your January and December time period. The one on the bottom, if you look at that, you have that type of curve. You're using more energy in the summer, so your energy is going more towards your cooling load. Once you have that type of information, you can think, well, how am I using the energy on my farm? And you can go through this list. This is a typical list of farm energy use. These are the basic areas where you're using energy in your heating, your cooling, ventilation, lighting, in pumps and motors, refrigeration, in machinery, in irrigation is a big water user and a big energy user, stock water processing, and water heating. So first off, really cheaply, you can do a lot of practical do-it-yourself efficiency. You can consolidate your operations into a smaller space if you have to heat and cool. You can look at spaces that don't need to be heated. A lot of times people are heating entire warehouses when they don't need to be. You can start an operating schedule. So you're consolidating operations from a manpower standpoint. And then you can install controls. You can be looking at your temperature controls, lighting. You can install curtains. That's an easy do-it-yourself opportunity. And then you can inspect your building envelopes. You can look at your walls, your doors, your roofs. You can look for any kind of cracks in your air leaks from your plumbing or electrical, and you can fix all of this. There are a lot of equipment efficiency opportunities, and this is just very high level, but you can insulate bare equipment, like you can insulate that with a pipe wrap. You can insulate a hot water heater. You should also do regular boiler tune-ups and check your boiler set points. You can install high efficiency equipment. That's often worth doing long before your current equipment has worn out. You can do a simple payback on that. Look at the energy saved versus the cost of the new equipment. Get a simple payback. Oftentimes you can do that within a 5-year payback. If you can't afford that, you can rewind your older motors and you can rebuild them to a point of pretty high efficiency. And variable frequency drives are a great way to save energy, particularly in irrigation. You can save about 3/4 of your energy with that, as long as the load is variable. If the energy use is not variable, you won't save energy, but if it is, you can save up to 75% of your energy. For cooling, it's very similar to heating. You can install shading, and that's a simple fix. Make sure that your cooling system is sized correctly. Use cool outdoor air. You can let air in at night when it's cooler, and then shut your windows, doors, and louvers. You can install misting systems. This works best in a low humidity area. You can drop the temperature about 20 degrees with that. And then water, you can pre-cool with well water. This is great for dairies especially. Lighting, you can convert to LED. That's if you're looking at your lighting. You can install occupancy sensors, timers, and photo cells. Oftentimes folks are keeping their lights on all night when they don't need to. They might just need to for the first few hours. You can employ daylighting. As you're installing lighting, keep in mind that you want to have good color rendering. You want to have consistent color temperature. Oftentimes I recommend 4,000 Kelvin for farm energy operations. That seems to work well. Some folks like 5,000. In a home setting, 3,000 is more like the lights there on the right. Make sure if you're doing this on a greenhouse that you have the proper wavelength for your crop growth. And then you can look at your efficacy, and that's your lumens per watt in your lighting. Those are all important things to keep in mind as you're doing a lighting design. And you might want to hire a lighting designer for that as part of your energy auditing. There's a lot of ventilation opportunities for efficiency. Do not use excess outdoor air. Make sure your air dampers are not broken or misaligned. This is really common in farm buildings. Look for clogged filters. Change those out annually, at least. You might want to do it twice a year if you have a lot of smoke or pollution. Automated louvers, make sure that they're sized based on your air needs. A lot of times they're oversized. The optimal air exchange is about 1 air volume per minute. Match your inlet and outlet fans on the opposite walls. They are often unbalanced. That's a very simple thing to do, and you can save a lot of energy. You can install temperature and humidity sensors, perform regular fan maintenance, and then you can also put variable or multi-speed fans in, and again, you can save up to 75% of your energy with the variable speed. So we'll look at a poultry farm and at a dairy farm real quick to see what would you do for energy efficiency. So in a poultry farm, you would put timers on your lights, on your fans, on your cooling system, and your heaters. You would install LED lighting. If you're using like a high pressure sodium light for the little baby chicks for the heat, you'd want to keep that, but everything else change it to LED lighting. Check for air leaks anywhere, seal them. You could install brood curtains, keep that heat in. Regular fan and damper maintenance. Check that ventilation. The ventilation is going to be a big issue. Check for 1 air volume per minute. Match your inlet and outlet. Put VFDs, variable frequency drives, on your fans, or purchase multi-speed fans. And then insulate all the doors, windows, and tunnel doors. In a dairy, one of your bigger efficiency opportunities is going to be installing variable frequency drives on your pumps, fans, and motors. Those are all throughout the dairy, and they use quite a lot of energy. And again, you can save up to 70%. You can do heat recovery from your milk cooler compressors to heat your space. You can also cool the milk before refrigerating, particularly with well water, because it's already quite cold. And then you're not putting a hot milk into the refrigerator and losing that efficiency. You can upgrade to LED lighting. You can insulate and seal the building envelope, and then clean and tune up all of your equipment and install high efficiency equipment. Okay, so now you're efficient, or maybe you just want to start with solar. So you want to install solar on your farm, and you're looking at agri-solar. So what is it? Agri-solar is the co-location of solar and agricultural operations in the same landscape. It can come in many forms. It can come in the form of solar with crops grown under and around the solar panels, as is shown on the left. It can come in the form of solar grazing, as you see in the top right. That's where you're using sheep to maintain your solar facility, and they oftentimes can help increase the soil health of the area. In the lower, you see an apiary, you see beekeeping and a pollinator site at a solar site. So these can all be combined as well. You can have a pollinator site nearby your crops. You can have pollinators with solar grazing. Now you can also use solar to power your processing. So where's the best place to find information about this? There's an agri-solar clearinghouse that NCAT has developed. It is funded by the U.S. Department of Energy, and it is a relationship building information sharing network. I'd invite you to come in and visit it. There is our website down in the lower left, an email that we're happy to answer your questions, and we also have a toll-free number there. We developed the Agri-Solar Clearinghouse with a large network of partners. We have over 20 partners, some of the best researchers in the country, some in the world. We have researchers like Greg Barron-Gafford. He is working under the Biosphere University of Arizona, one of the leading researchers in the world. We have Jordan Machnick from NREL, same, one of the other leading researchers in the world. We also have folks from the other national labs, from Oak Ridge and from Argonne. Lee Walston is a leading researcher in ecosystem services under and around solar panels. We're working with groups like the Center for Rural Affairs to look at agri-solar in rural spaces, social acceptance. And we're working with the Smithsonian, Virginia Working Landscapes, renewable advocates like Renewable Northwest, researchers like Dr. Sita Sisla and Scott Sklar. Sita Sisla is looking at solar grazing and soil health, and Sklar is looking at policy. We're working with solar developers like Lexus Technology and Helical Solar Solutions and Ridge to Reefs. We're also working with pollinator experts like Rob Davis. They're working on pollinator policy, pollinator and solar all around the country. We also have a large stakeholder group. Our stakeholder group also involves quite a few of the experts in this. We have folks like Lexi Hain. She is an agrivoltaics lead for Lightsource BP. She's also the founder of American Solar Grazing Association, and she coined the term solar grazing and the Pollinator Partnership. We also have people from EPRI, from the Electric Power Research Institute, American Clean Power Association, and we have solar developers like Enel North America and Greenbacker Capital and Sandbox Solar, folks from the Texas Solar Energy Association, American Farmland Trust, and then we have researchers like Emma Kamperbeek and farmers like Darren Joff. We also have social scientists that work with us. Alexis Piscaris from AgriSolar Consulting. She also consults with us, and we work in this space of understanding social acceptance of solar if agri-solar is incorporated. And we're seeing that in rural places, folks are much more accepting of solar, communities are, if there is an agri-solar component. So a few features of the AgriSolar Clearinghouse. These are the main pieces of the clearinghouse. We have an information library. We have a media hub, an events calendar, a user forum. We offer technical assistance. We offer that via phone, via chat. We're live Mountain Time in the United States, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. We also will meet with you on a video or talk on the phone. I'll try to help answer your questions. And we have an AgriSolar Atlas. And that's an atlas of projects. We're just developing that, and we're asking for stories all around the country. A little bit more on our information library. When we started the graphic on the right, we had 400, but now we're up to 500 peer-reviewed government and free-to-download resources. We vet all of these, make sure that they're good scientific information, that they've been peer-reviewed. We refresh it continuously. It is categorized by topic, so you can search it easily. You can also search the catalog just with a quick word search. Each article is summarized and abstracted for easy browsing, and you can read the PDF right on our website. You can also download it. They're all free. We also have a map of financial incentives. Those are particular to the United States. And we have a media hub. The media hub is quite large, and it will continue to grow. It's got regular blog posts from our partners, from our stakeholders, from people working in this space, and from us as we go out and research this and lead field trips. We also curate news articles relevant to AgriSolar on a weekly basis. We do original publications on best practices, webinars. We hold those. We have short videos. We also have tutorials, case studies. We have a podcast series. We have one out so far. We'll be developing more over the winter. It will go out on our ATRA network, on our Voices from the Field. We have a monthly solar grazing series that we hold with the American Solar Grazing Association and post on our website. And then we have a free to download image gallery. These are high quality images that were done by professional photographers. So those are really nice if folks are trying to show people what's possible. So those are out there and they're free as a resource. So in addition to all this work that we do online, we do a lot of work out in the real world. So we lead these networking opportunities. We lead these, we call it the Follow the Sun. We've been doing a tour around the country. We'll continue this again next year. These are great opportunities for folks to come and see these sites, to talk to the farmers, talk to the ranchers, the solar developers, the community planners, the policymakers, and see if this is something that they might want to do. And learn more, to meet someone that might help them, to meet a contractor or a pollinator expert. So these are wonderful networking opportunities. We started at Biosphere. in Arizona, and then we went on to Monzo School, also in Arizona. This summer, we went to Minnesota, went to 4 sites there. We looked at pollinator sites, grazing sites, crops. In Massachusetts, we went on and we saw more solar crops, solar grazing. We saw solar in cattle. Most solar grazing is with sheep, so it was really interesting to see solar in cattle. Then we saw solar in hay, which was another thing that was new for our team to see. So it's really excited to get out and see all the possibilities. Just this last weekend, we closed the year's tour in Jack's Solar Garden, and that is the United States' largest solar and crop facility. So these are great opportunities. Anybody that would like to come to next year's series, these are open to the public and they're free. Beyond that, we have a lot of other professional opportunities for folks to network and connect. We have a forum, and we facilitate that forum for people who can post there. They can post for jobs, they can look for jobs, funding opportunities. We do peer-to-peer mentoring, where we connect someone new to AgriSolar with an existing peer so they can learn from each other. We offer meeting facilitation. We also facilitate partner and stakeholder groups. And then we can also connect people to our other NCAP programs. Oftentimes folks need more information about the agricultural aspect, and that's more our ATRA program or our Soil for Water program. So we connect folks with those other NCAP programs. From the Lego set, he's looking for other folks to help support get this Lego set we made. So you can get on there and help vote for that. We also post a lot of pictures from our tours, have a good time showing each other what we're seeing out there in AgriSolar world. So if you'd like to join us, we would love to have you. You can go to our home site and to our website and sign up. We have a newsletter that comes out bi-monthly, twice a month, and we keep you up to date. Any of our field trips that are coming up, the newest research, people that are looking for proposals, new funding opportunities, anything we can do to help, and we highlight what is going on in our library as well. When we have a new resource, we put it out there. So that's probably the best way to keep track of us. We hope you'll join us. Thanks very much. It is, yes, and it depends very much on what the efficiency item is. You know, something that's very practical and easy and do it yourself, you're going to get a quick payback on that. I always look at things from the simple payback. And in a simple payback, you would look and see how much does it cost, how much energy will I save, and then you determine what is your payback for that. Oftentimes, especially with something like lighting, you can have less than a year payback. Some of the larger equipment, you know, if you've got large boilers, that can take up to 10 years. So that depends on your threshold, what you want to spend. I recommend that people develop a long-term plan. They do a 1-year, 5-year, and 10-year plan for their farm and try to determine what their goals are, what their budget is, and where they want to focus their energy. So, and what they can do themselves. Most of your cost is going to be in labor. So if you can do anything yourself, you should do that first. And that's going to save you your cost. Where you're going to spend the money is in your contractors to install the equipment. But yeah, it's very easy with a lot of the practical measures that I listed to have it be a 0-year payback because you did it yourself, where it's just a consolidation of operations. Yes, so we've done thousands of projects in our energy efficiency, and it does depend on how often you use your lighting, how high of wattage lights that you're using. But for example, we worked on a very large scale campus, and the campus was spending over $100,000 a year just in lighting costs. When they converted to LED, we cut that in half. So they're saving $50,000. They did have to expend $25,000. So, you know, there's still a cost and an investment there. But after that point, then you're just saving the energy. In our area, we were also able to get incentives from the utility and from tax. So they were able to basically recoup those costs. And so there was a very quick payback. It was under a year for that project. In a lot of lighting projects, it is very common to see 30% savings is about what I estimate for people in their energy costs. In their total electric energy costs, you can typically save 30% in lighting. Yes, we do. I could share my screen and show you where that information is. It is highly variable around the country, and we watch as much as we can. So let me pull up my screen, and I will show you. So if you go to the AgriSolar Clearinghouse Information Library, it will look like this. And you will scroll down and you will go to policy. And within there, you can go either into a local policy, national, state, and then we also have example policies and contracts. So you could look at any of this and see, well, what are they doing in other places? Is this something that I might want to look at myself? It's based on, there's different parts of the country where land is a lot more scarce and where farmlands are a lot, they're more a part of the cultural landscape. So up in our northeast area, the area that is farmland is getting smaller and smaller. There's a lot of pushback, and so there's a lot more policy that's going into place. There's a lot of, they call it NIMBYism, not in my backyard. So people are putting policy around that there a little bit more because this farmland is just, it's going away. Workshops on this for the USDA. So I do know about the REAP program. It's an excellent program, and it is for rural areas in the United States, and it can help with energy efficiency or it can help with solar installation. So it can cover up to half your costs. You're going to want to have your REAP grant in before you install your project. So do it as part of your planning process. There are funding opportunities twice per year, one in the fall and one in the spring, I believe October and March. And you would want to work with an engineer or a designer to get that. They like to see that professional engineer review of your project. But it's an excellent opportunity to help pay for some of your solar. I think the IRA funds that will be coming out, the Inflation Reduction Act, is going to be another excellent source of funding. There's going to be tax credits. There should also be rebates. So I think you're going to see a lot of movement in this space. The REAP grant is administered by USDA. We've had excellent luck working with them. They're very good partners, and they're there to help you. They also have a team of people that can help, but NCAP does perform that service as well. So that is a great opportunity for people in rural areas to help get funding for solar. And you can also get funding for community solar projects, which is nice. You cannot get it if you're a nonprofit. So that's something to pay attention to. If you're a nonprofit community garden, you might want to have a for-profit group install it. In some places, there is concern about solar. It looks industrial. You can look behind me, and there's a solar panel, and it doesn't really look like a rolling farmland. It's not as green, and so that's where AgriSolar is a wonderful solution, because it's keeping it within the agricultural landscape. And so a common thing that I hear is, within my view shed or within my landscape, you know, I bought in a rural place, or my family has been in this place for a very long time, and we want to see it remain a farm. And we want to keep this rural lifestyle that we have. And so when we talk to them about it staying in agricultural production and still looking this way, I mean, these spaces are beautiful and they're productive. And as long as you approach this with the idea of, I'm going to decommission this solar in 20 years and remove it from the view shed, it's just another crop, and it isn't permanent. And I mean, it certainly could be. You could refresh the solar panels in 20 years with more efficient solar panels and continue if you want. But you also can take it out in 25 years if you want to. So there's a lot more acceptance in that. And the most common is that they don't want to see it taken from an agricultural landscape, and they don't want to see a rural way of life intruded upon. Some of the solar, when it's installed, when it isn't agri-solar, can look like a parking lot, or it can just be grass that's mown. And so there's an impact to the ecosystem. You know, people want to hear that they're staying within this solar and farmland, or they're having a pollinator space, or they're having good ecosystem services. You know, there's better water catchment, there's less flooding, there's a greater chance for having a pollinator pathway. They're also beautiful. And that's going to help with the NIMBYism, with the non
Okay, it's a time for QA. We have 20 minutes for QA because this symposium is a hybrid, so there are online and on-site participant. And now we have several questions from online chat box. So because most participant is from Taiwan, so the question raised mostly in Chinese. But it's okay. We have interpreter for you. So if the question is in Chinese, we will interpret for you in English. So the first question from online chat box is for Eva. I will read the question in Chinese and then interpret in English for you. 第一个问题是要请教Eva处长，温室照片显示的太阳能板透光率很高，可以请问这个透光度大概是多少吗？那第二个是请问公司是否通常会拥有这些光电暗场？那像在台湾的光电业者，他会跟地主承租，再跟农民签约去发展光电，或者说通常都是公司是去装设农电跟负责维修。那想知道这个 Americo 的这个公司跟农民合作的关系是怎么样？
Two questions for Eva. First one is your greenhouse photo shows high solar penetration. What is the solar penetration rate in your system? Second question is about the ownership of a solar farm. Is it usually held by a company? For example, Taiwanese optoelectronic companies rent from landowners, then sign a contract with farmers to develop agri-solar, or do you just get hired to install and maintain the system? And second part to that second question is, what kind of relationship do you maintain with the farmers?
Okay, thank you. Yes, indeed. I don't know which greenhouses you are. Thank you for inviting us, by the way, and hello to everyone. To jump in the first question, so I don't know. I'm not sure about which greenhouses are you related to. Our first greenhouses was not that much. The ratio of PV panel was quite high, and as we experiment with the farmer on different variety of crops, we made the roof more and more transparent, and it will also depend of the crops. So you have to adapt this ratio to the different crops. It is not easy, but you have more and more scientific institute studying the need of the quantity of light for each crops, and so you have a recent research for the Fraunhofer Institute, the German one, for example, on horticulture, with all a list of varieties of crops and light requested. So we can rely to the experience on our farmer on a large quantity of varieties, more than 60 to date for Amarenco with this farmer, and on a more and more scientific study and paper now. But we need to improve. So it's very difficult to me to give a number, because it will depend on the variety of crops, and also just to have the light diffusion is depending on the panel, so transparent panel, PV panel, or semi-transparent panel, but it will also depend to the design of the structure. If the structure is high enough, can have light from the side. So this is a systemic approach, but I might say that 30, you need or transparency panel yeah, you need it's difficult to me to give a number, but 25, let's say, transparency panel %, it's a maximum ratio. Then the culture is not able to develop quite well. But yeah, some variety really need shade also. So I'm not sure it's a perfect answer, but it's what I can say. And on the relation with the farmers. So,
sorry, Eva. This
yes.
is interpreter. May I translate that first answer?
Yes.
好，刚刚 Eva 先谢谢大家邀请她来参加这一次的研讨会。那因为不太确定大家指的是哪一张温室照片哦，其实一开始在做的时候呢，它的透光度不是很高的，然后要透过不断的与农民们去做测试，然后去测试不同的作物种类。那另外呢，也要看是哪一种作物哦，每种作物所需的透光率是不太一样的。当然这方面呢是不容易的，需要做很多的研究。那所幸呢，我们有一些科学的研究机构一起来协助我们来去研究各种作物所需要的光亮。那例如说呢，在德国呢也有一个农耕的这个研究机构跟我们合作来去做一些量化的研究。那因此对我来说很难去给一个数字哦，因为要取决于农作物的种类啦，然后还有不同的面板的它的透光度也还有它的这个散光度也不一样啊，例如说是透明面板啦、半透明面板或者是不透明的这个光电板。那另外呢结构的这个高度也会影响，因为如果比较高的话呢，就会有从侧面有一些光进来。那所以呢要给一个具体的数字其实有点困难，但是我可以举例说呢，如果你的透光度最高透光度有 25% 的话呢，那可能就是不足的，就不足够了。那其他的就要取决一些不同的因素。Thank you, Eva. Please continue.
Okay. So on the second question, relation with the farmer is key. We always start with a farming project because the farmer is the one who knows better his need. And it's very important. On this kind of project, we accept that the design phase, the pre-feasibility study of the project will be longer, but this is necessary to ensure that you have a good project and a good quality project. So the economic model to date, but we are trying to make this evolve. And but to date, there is two models, let's say. Or we install the greenhouses, the building integrating the PV for free for the farmer, and he will enjoy the building for free, and we have a long-term lease but without a rent, because we are not able in that case to give a rent. It's a free usage of the equipment, and after 20 years, 30 years, the farmer will own the building is his own. Or we have another model when it's not that big structure like greenhouses, but just panel on top of the structure, and the structure is lighter, it's less protective, and then we can give a rent and share the revenue of the electricity to the farmer. And sometimes the owner of the land and the farmer are not the same, but our relation is with the farmer who is doing the project, because also for a very long period of time, 10, 20, 30 years, he will be the one living with the solar park. So we need to be sure that he will take care about the solar installation too. So this partnership is very key.
关于与农民的关系这的确是一个关键那我们在每个专案呢，都要从一开始呢就跟农民建立好关系，然后一起来着手。因为呢，农民他们最熟悉自己耕种的食物，那这方面呢需要比较多的时间来一起彼此摸索，来确保呢整个案场的品质发展得很好。 那就这个经济模式方面呢，我们也持续不断在演进。那目前呢有2种哦，第一种呢就是如果是温室结构的话呢，那就是把光电整合温室的话，那这时候呢是农民他们可以免费使用这个设施哦，免费使用这个光电的设备，然后再用了20到30年后呢，这个所有权呢就归农民本身。那第2种方式呢，就是如果它不是像温室这么大的结构的话呢，也就是比较轻量的这种棚架，这种光电板的棚架的话，那它提供的保护力就比较小。那这时候呢，有可能呢，我们会去支付租金，然后呢，从这个电力这个发电的收益呢是彼此共享的。那农民呢，他有时候不见得是土地的持有人哦，但是呢，不管他是不是农民，绝对是这个伙伴关系很重要的一环。
Okay, thank you, Eva. Then the following four questions is for Edith. So there are 4. So 第一个问题是光电板架设角度跟设计啊，它并没有稳固的这些装置，请问这个情况是不是容易受到飓风或是其他天然灾害的影响？那第二个是架设光电板跟农业结合，是不是会有负面的影响？会造成周遭环境的温度升高，那会不会影响到原来栽培的农作物？第3个是台湾农业结合光电设置有涉及到个人财产的问题，那德国有没有这样子的问题？例如说，大多数的农民他并不是土地的拥有者，而且在使用光电板的时候，农民收成会受到影响，但是光电板发电的这些利润却是属于土地拥有者的。那最后一个问题是光电板需要定期清洗吗？那清洗的时候会不会有污染的情形？
Edith, we have several questions for you. We have a total of 4 questions for you. Okay, maybe we'll go one by one.
Okay.
Okay, the first one is about the structure. Due to the angle of the PV panels, it may be prone to wind damage. So building panels on farmland, it's hard to have a solid base structure for the system. So could the design be sufficient to handle natural disasters such as storm or typhoon or hurricane?
Yes, in fact, thank you very much for having me at your panel. I'm very honored. Yes, of course, our structures have had several tests and on the international scope. So we installed our structures, for example, in the Dominican Republic or on the Bahamas, where we really have huge storms, and we tested them there. And we have a very strong steel structure underneath the panels, and also the modules on the 15-degree angle. They are on a very strong quality and a very hardened glass, and the structure, the steel structure, covers the glass panels, so the storm would never be able, like in a plastic panel, for example, to lift this panel, the module, out of the structure. So it stays very stable in the structure. And we had a comparison between our plant, for example, on the Bahamas, and a plant neighboring our plant from a different market player. And we saw that our structure really stood in the storm, and we didn't have any damage at all. While on the other side, we saw that the modules were really lifted from the storm, from the whirling storm, out of the structure. So it seems to be very strong, and we don't have any damages so far in our structures for over 20 years now already.
好，非常谢谢，我真的很荣幸能够参加这一次的语谈。那当然呢，在结构方面，我们是做过一些国际上的测试哦。例如说，我们在多米尼加还有在巴哈马呢都有暗场。那在这2个地区呢，都是有很多风暴的地方哦。所以呢，我们使用的是这个应力非常强大的这个钢构，然后是。包括呢，在这个这个光电板的下方还有上方，其实它是扣住这个光电板的。而这个光电模组呢，它是用这个15度的角度，而模组本身呢是用硬化的玻璃，而且是高品质的。那因为呢是把它钳住扣住的，所以不会像比较轻的这个塑胶板这样子，风一吹呢就会被掀起来。那所以呢，即使是在风雨当中呢，它的这个光电板呢，仍然能够很稳定的留在整个钢构里面。那我们有去比较我们在巴哈马的一个暗场跟邻近的一个不同厂牌的所做的一个系统来相比哦。那在一场风暴之后呢，我们的完全没有受到损害，而在隔壁的这个模组呢却被风掀了起来哦。所以目前看来，在我们过去20年的经验以来呢，看起来都非常的稳固，没有受到任何的损害。Okay, and the second question is about the negative effects of PV panels. Some studies have shown that PV panels increase the ambient temperature in the surrounding area. Would that affect the harvest of the crops?
In fact, what we see is that, first of all, crops underneath our panels are secure and safe against frost or hail or heavy rain, so against the climate change what we experience in Europe. So overall, the crop is safe. Of course, underneath our panels, we are using semi-transparent bifacial glass modules with about 15 to 20% of light coming through. In hot summers, you have about 2 degrees less temperature underneath the panels. We have got open structures, not like Ava, so we are not building glass houses, greenhouses. We have open structures and there is air coming in. So not in the underneath the panels, you have for example, like 30 or 35 degrees. But underneath the panels, it is around 2 degrees less. In wintertime, the other way around, it's a little bit warmer, in fact. So it covers the crop also against too much cold weather, and you have a little bit more warmer temperature. But it's right, of course, if you are not underneath the panels, but in between the rows, you have different temperature compared to what you have underneath the panels.
事实上呢，我们所看到的就是在光电板下方的植物反而是比较能受到一些在欧洲我们看到的一些气候变迁影响的保护例如说是冰雹啦，或者是结霜啦、暴雨等等的影响。那在这一些双面双波的这个面板下面呢，它的透光率大约是15%到20%。那在炎热的这个库下它可以把温度降大约2度。那我们的这个系统呢，跟 Ava 跟Amarenco 不太一样的是，我们是开放式的系统不是温室的系统，所以呢，空气还是会流通。那所以例如说夏天外面的温度如果是30到35度呢，那下方呢就会减少2度左右，而冬天呢就刚好相反了。冬天呢反而是在棚架底下是比较温暖的所以是有冬暖夏凉的功能。那当然呢，就看不同的这个气候还有不同的这个面板会有不同的透光度。Eva, I just want to clarify also, earlier on you said 25% of penetration. Is that enough or not enough?
It's the minimum for us. And just we don't do close structure with glass also. It's only open air. We close it with net. Exactly, we have the same constatation the warm is decreasing because of the shade, but you have to keep the ventilation and the air, of course, inside. And we close with net for insects and other animals to protect the crops when we close. But it can be also open. Yeah.
Okay.
那刚刚跟 Eva 确认了一下她说到这个透光率至少要25%才够。那另外呢，他也要澄清一下，他们的系统呢不是完全封闭式的，其实在这个阵列之间呢，有空间的地方是用网状的地方把它包覆，来确保没有害虫或者是动物侵入。但是如果要打开也是可以的。然后刚刚 Edith 也讲到这个它的这个透光度或者是温度上面的改变也会取决于这些阵列与阵列之间的距离。Okay, Edith, third question is Taiwan has an issue with personal properties when it comes to developing agri-solar. Do you have a similar problem in Germany? Now, majority of farmers here are not the landowners, and when the PV panels are installed, their harvest may be affected. However, the profit from the PV panels goes to the landowner. Do you have a similar issue?
In fact, we have landowners, of course, in Germany, and they might lease their land to us as investors. So as you know, we are not only EPC constructors and developers, we are also investing ourselves in the structure and in the operation of our plants. But if we would sell our plant to, for example, a landowner, then we don't have any problems with this situation. So the landowner could be an investor and he could buy the plant for himself. And of course, he would then earn from the energy, selling of the energy to the market. And the leaser, the agricultural farmer who is maybe involved with the landowner would then need to have a second contract with the landowner in order to be able to do agricultural work underneath the plant. Since our plant is constructed that way that really agricultural production can be done underneath our plant, the landowners who would contact us would normally keep in mind that, of course, either they do the production, the agricultural production themselves, or that they would have other people, farmers, working for them on a contract in order to have their own agricultural yield. But there's no real problem with that. It is normal use that either you have a landowner who's also the farmer, or you have somebody who is a farmer who is working on agricultural land which he doesn't own himself. But we would always have to sign a contract with the landowner. So, and keeping in mind what agricultural production could be done underneath. For us, we are always, like Eva does, we are very good partners to the agricultural producers. And since the landowner also has in mind that, of course, he can earn from the energy, selling the energy, or having a share of the energy yield also in our contract with him. And on the second hand, he can earn from the agricultural lease, which is paid to him by the agricultural farmer. He would always benefit from both contracts if we would have two contracts, in fact.
在德国呢也有这样子地主的关系哦。那有的时候呢，地主会会这个租地把地呢租给我们，因为我们就是有的时候我们除了担任 EPC 这样子的这个营造这个系统的这个单位之外呢，我们也会去投资在案场里面。那这样的情况下呢，地主就会把地租给我们。但是呢，如果是另外一种情况，就是我们把设施直接卖断给地主的话呢，那这方面也没有问题哦，因为地主本身就会成为投资人，他们会去买这个设施，然后呢透 透过卖电哦来去获得利润。那这个农民呢，就会跟地主有另外一份的合约哦，然后呢，他们会在地主的这个设施下方呢去种植作物。那当然呢，我们在盖这个设施的时候就要去思考说要在下方种哪一类的作物。那所以地主呢，他就要去考虑说他要自己来做这个耕种，还是要外包给农民，或者是把地租给农民哦。那不管怎么样呢，都没有问题哦。不论是用哪一种方式，都是蛮寻常的使用。不管是这个地主自己来做耕种，或者是把地租给农民，那我们一定都会跟地主呢有一份协议，有一份合约，然后也会去思考说要在这边种哪一类的作物。那就像刚 Eva 所说的，我们也是去确保要跟农民维持很好的关系。而至于在地主这方面呢，因为他也是一举两得，就是他同时可以获得发电所带来的这个利润，另外一方面他又可以把地租给农民。如果他是选择这个选项的话呢，所以对他来说等于是一石二鸟。And we have a fourth question and the last question. Do you need to wash the PV panels regularly? If so, is there any pollution from the washing?
In fact, so far, of course, we had lots of rain in Germany, depending where you are. So in the northern part of Germany, it rains a lot. And our glass panels have a special surface so that with the 15-degree angle, if it rains, then it's almost washed. And you don't need to wash it like, for example, regularly. What we normally do is, of course, we control all our panels and plants digitally, and we see what is happening depending on the dust, or maybe like we had it this year, if the climate changes a lot and we have lots of sun and dust and no rain during summertime, like we had it in, for example, the western and southern part of Germany, and we had more than 5 months of just dust and no rain. Then we control this very closely digitally, and we see if a washing needs to be done. What we always do is, if we need to send our team to clean the panels on our plants, then they do that with normal water. And maybe if they really need something in the water to clean it a little bit more, then they would use no chemicals, but biological types of equipment what they would need to clean it, because we know there is agricultural production and food which is produced underneath the panels, so we cannot use any chemical substances. We would only need biologically and also degradable, biologically degradable substances inside.
It is, just to clarify, the glass panel is 15 degrees, 15, right?
Right.
目前为止哦，像是在德国呢，要看是在哪一区哦。如果是在北部的话，因为多雨哦，那我们这种玻璃的面板呢，如果是在15度的角度，其实呢，光靠雨哦就可以把它清洁干净了，是不需要额外去清洗的。但是呢，我们也同时会用数位的方式持续去监控还有管控这些面板哦，来看它上面累积了多少的灰尘。那像今年呢，因为气候变迁的关系哦，日照多雨少，特别是在德国的南部以及西部哦，有5个月整整的时间只是累积灰尘，然后没有雨。那这个时候呢，就是需要去清洗了。那我们会有团队来清洗面板呢，用的只是一般的清水而已。那如果真的需要任何的这个清洗剂的话呢，我们会确保说不要用任何化学的物质哦，一定是用可降解的生物的制剂。因为呢，我们也知道下面正在农作种的，而且是粮食哦，大家吃进去的，所以这部分我们都会很慎重的去确保不用任何的化学的制剂。
我是陈真显，因为我们距离结束时间还有5分钟，我就接下来我问陆正刚教授几个问题哦。第一个问题是，请问渔电暗场是否能够连接通路的市场，然后构成这个产销的供应链？这第一个问题。第二个问题是，假设我们要引进产销的业者进入渔电的专区，翻转整个渔村经济，是否陆老师有什么建议？可从何处开始建立典范？另外，现在嘉义跟台南已经有台盐绿能厂的案场作为示范，但渔民似乎对渔电共生仍有疑虑，不知道针对相对推动的部分，老师有什么建议？那第三个问题是，针对农委会渔电共生需负担政策4.4 GW 的，那陆老师认为是否合理？是否需要调降需求？若调降，你觉得大概可以由哪个地方来补足？
Professor Chen has 3 questions for Professor Lu. First is, can aqua PV sites be connected with sales channels and marketing to form a full supply and sales chain? Second, if we want to bring production and sales operators into the aqua PV areas to establish a model, do you have any recommendation on how we can go about it? And also in Jiayi, we have in Tainan cities, we already have Taiyan company who they have a green energy farm, but the fishermen still have concerns about aqua PV. So do you have any advice on that? Third question is Council of Agriculture needs to have a policy for a target of 4.4 gigawatt in aqua PV. Do you think that's reasonable? Do we need to reduce it? And if so, where would we make up the difference?
OK， 因为时间关系我就很快回答一下。第一题这个怎么样建立这个产销？这个很简单因为我们刚才已经讲了 AIoT 所以我们可以用智慧生产是全程模拟监控。再来就是数位的行销溯源系统 traceability system 来做这个这个整个的产销的这个产地直送。好，第二个呢就是说这个台盐这个是说，我想这个问题呢，就是说我们要做示范了做养殖的示范。那我建议你不要先养虾了那这个养其他的鱼类这个因为时间关系。另外呢，我们要建立一个商业模式，因为目前到台湾现在在做渔电的时候，并没有商业模式的建立所以我们除了这个 SPV 的这个公司以外，我们希望呢还有就是由这个地方政府来提出来，或是由这个养殖各协会。或是由这个产销班来提这种渔电共生的项目所以这个才比较容易形成商业模式第三题是这个政府这个因为他已经找了已经找出来13000多公顷的地，不做实在太可惜了所以我们认为是说呢这个一定要做了我们认为但是我们认为在很多这个方面呢这个SPV 呢那是因为现在是 SPV 公司在主导，他不太重视养殖，所以呢没有办法造成三赢所以就是地主还有光电公司跟渔民要能够赚到钱，所以我们就是说这个这方面呢一定要重视养殖那养殖呢我们要来规划辅导他们。那最重要，另外就是现在呢有一个迷思都是养虾那这些 SPV 公司不知道是怎样，他一直要养虾那养虾是一个非常高风险行业，我们认为呢可以养其他鱼种好，谢谢。
Just to answer quickly, the first one is it's quite simple to connect the market using AIoT and smart production. Second, we believe that to start, we shouldn't do shrimps. We should do other fishes and have a business models that bring in the fishermen's groups and also the unions. And 3, because we have the land set aside already, 13,000 hectare of land. So we should take full advantage of that. But right now, the projects are being led by SPV companies who do not value aquaculture so much. So in order to achieve win-win-win, we should ensure the fishermen should make money in the process as well. And right now, shrimp aquaculture seems like a more risky type. So we should look into other possibilities.
好，接下来我们请李玉颖副所长回答几个问题。第一个问题是，请问光电跟水利的有一些间歇性的问题，那这个要如何解决？第二个是推广农村绿能恐会造成噪音、光害、安全等问题，也是影响民众想投入的意愿，是否有解决的方案？
Two questions for Dr. Lee about the intermittent properties of PV and hydropower. And second is agriculture, agri-PV may cause noise and light pollution. So, and that may compromise people's willingness to join any solutions.
那其实观众问这个问题就是关于间歇性，还有就是关于这一个地方民众意愿投入的一个问题，它其实是一个是社会性问题，一个是技术性问题啊。那因为时间关系那技术性问题在这方面其实会需要投入比较多储能相关设备的一个示范的一个测试，还有搭配智慧型电网。其实我们政府在南部沙仑绿能科学城其实有针对这一方面做一个示范。那大家可以就是上网多做一些搜寻，其实这方面成果其实现在都在进行中，其实也蛮丰硕的。那关于就是意愿投入的一个问题就是造成噪音或光害这部分，其实像我们要比较着重的一点就是像地方的一个调查。那地方调查的一个重点就是地方的意见领袖的一个意见你有没有做掌握，还有就利害关系人的一个资讯，你有没有把他们的意见多做整个盘整，然后做成一个公司的一个结合，那以作为就是未来政策推动的一个参照。那以上。
The first question is a technical issue, and we can leverage energy storage and batteries as well as smart grid. And we have a pilot project that is doing this. And we have full details on site, on websites if you want to look it up. As for the social aspect, and if the society is willing to participate, we need every time we begin a project, we should do thorough field survey and collect the opinions of KOLs and make sure we reach consensus.
Thank you very much for all participants and especially for speakers, Eva and Edith. We still have several questions, but because the time's up, so we will deal with the questions maybe by email. If you maybe you can answer the question by email, and then we will answer the questions to the person who raised the question. So thank you very much again for your contribution. Thank you and bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.